Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are up, kind of finishing coffee. But we know today is the day for jury instructions and closing arguments and ultimately deliberations. So we're going to come up with possibly a verdict today for Miss Tracey Grist. Now we know Miss Tracey Grist thought it was in her best interest to not only put on a case, but to be her case and her sole case. So for the first time ever, Miss Tracey Grist told her story yesterday. I don't know what it did or what it didn't do. For me, two things happened. Interestingly enough, I've seen a couple of takes that said that Tracey Grist looks like she's might not be all there. So that maybe the way that her lawyer was conversing with her, even though we know he was trying to keep her in a very narrow way so that she didn't open up anything possibly for the prosecution to come back at her with on cross. But some people said, okay, it looked like you could just tell her what to do, right? Look like she can be bullied. Look like you can just, power her up and let her go. And maybe that's what her daughter did. I don't know if I buy all that, but it's a take. It's a point of view. I don't know that I necessarily see that. I do see that her lawyer may have come off a bit abrasive, but in order to save her life and not let her go off on a tangent and to keep the prosecution limited to his scope, it was necessary because she likes to talk. Oddly enough, for me, I think I did go back and watch a couple of parts, not the whole thing, just a couple of parts, because I wanted to make sure I was right before I opened my mouth about it. And so I did my recaps, and I went back and watched it again. I wish I would have put it in the recap because I was right. She only shows emotion for Kevin. I mean, I don't know that I would have much emotion for Katie or when it came to Katie, but even any of the other kids, even Tara Lynn, even any of, like, she does not, the emotion that she gets when her voice cracks, when she starts that whisper, when she starts that sighing, when she puts her head down, it's all for Kevin. Kevin needed Disney. Kevin needed something. Me doing it because that whispering was pissing me off. That whispering, like, it was all for Kevin. Like, everybody's going to go to Disney. We're going to take the kids. I'm going to pay for it all. But you said it was for Kevin. 30-something-year-old man don't know how to take a breakup, own that shit, and living with his mama, and you think he need Disney? Ma'am. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. So yes, I don't yeah. I think the one thing that works for Tracey is that she's never told her story before. So they couldn't bring back up old transcripts or an old interview or anything like that to say she lied about anything or any of that. So that's one thing that worked in her favor. I'm not saying that the story was so convincing, but I'm just saying, we know normally when somebody gets up to testify, they're usually met with on cross-examination transcripts, previous statements, things that they said before their interrogation or interview, maybe some things they put on social media, some posts. They're usually met back with their own words and forced to eat them. Excuse me. So this is the first time in either a long while or that I can think of in probably like recent years, like a decade. I just realized yesterday, going through my Facebook memories, that yesterday was the 5-year anniversary I got all my notes on Facebook of me watching the Derek Chauvin trial, Minnesota versus Chauvin. So yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of his verdict on all 3 of his counts. It was all in my Facebook. I said, golly, I was typing statuses on Facebook like they were tweets. Okay, so it should be starting. Very defensive about Kevin. Very defensive about Kevin. Kevin, they say parents all have a favorite child, or at least that one that they coddle. I don't think it's always a favorite. I think it's the one that they try to fix everything for. Yeah, it's been 5 years. I saw it yesterday because I absolutely recorded or screen recorded the video of them putting him in cuffs and leading him away once they reprimanded his bail. Those were all met statuses for me. All right, well, I'm gonna go heat up my coffee since they still have not started, and then we're gonna get started. What do y'all know my favorite part of closings, right? Everybody knows my favorite part. I'm gonna go heat up my coffee, but when I come back, I want to talk about, does the state have that coup de grace? Do they need it? But do they have that coup de grace, that mic drop that once they say it in rebuttal, it can't be taken back, but it seals the deal on this particular case? We'll see. Hold on, let me go grab my coffee.
Session, Judge Roger Griffin presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let's go on the record in the matter of State versus Grist, case number 241101170. Get my computer logged in, counsel, and we'll bring the jury out. Counsel, I put on your tables the jury instructions, the jury verdict form. Have you looked through them briefly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any concerns?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Matabi?
I have not yet, but I believe the other prosecutors have their own.
All right, then. Anything else the state needs to put on the record?
No, if we could wait for Mr. Pomeroy, he's just going to get a drink. I'll be right back.
All right. Anything that you wish to put on the record, Mr. Basbar? All right, thank you. You ready for me to bring the jury in, Mr. Pomeroy?
That's fine, Judge. Thank you.
All right, let's bring in the jury, please, man.
I realized I didn't put in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Good morning. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on your chairs are the jury instructions for the closing instructions for this trial. There also is the jury verdict form for the various charges. You're free to read along with me or to just listen while I go through the instructions. You, of course, will be able to take these back to you for your deliberations. The rules do require me to read these into the record. It takes a little bit of time to do so. I will do my best not to read too fast or too slow. After I've completed reading to you the closing jury instructions and the jury verdict forms, the state will give their closing argument. And Mr. Facemer, on behalf of the defense, will give his closing argument, and then the plaintiff for the state, because they have the burden of proof, has the option to do a rebuttal closing argument. After the state has completed their rebuttal argument, if they have any, then it'll be time for us to send you back to start your deliberations. We'll give you some last minute instructions at that point as well. Closing instructions number 1, closing roadmap. Members of the jury, you now have all the evidence. 3 things remain to be done. First, I'll give you additional instructions that you will follow in deciding this case. Second, the lawyers will give you their closing arguments. Prosecutor will go first, then the defense. Because the prosecution has the burden of proof, the prosecutor may give a rebuttal. Finally, you will go to the jury room to discuss and decide the case. Number 2, juror duties. You have two main duties as jurors. The first is to decide from the evidence what the facts are. Deciding what the facts are is your job, not mine. The second duty is to take the law I give you in the instructions, apply it to the facts, and decide if the prosecution has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You are bound by your oath to follow the instructions that I give you, even if you personally disagree with them. This includes the instructions I gave you before trial, any instructions I may have given you during the trial, and these instructions. All the instructions are important. You should consider them as a whole. The order in which the instructions are given does not mean that some instructions are more important than others. Whether any particular instruction applies may depend on what you decide are the true facts of the case. If an instruction applies only to facts or circumstances you find do not exist, you may disregard that instruction. Perform your duties fairly. Do not let any bias, sympathy, or prejudice that you may feel toward one side or the other influence your decision in any way. You must also not let yourselves be influenced by public opinion. Number 3, closing arguments. When the lawyers give their closing arguments, keep in mind that they are advocating their views of the case. What they say during their closing arguments is not evidence. If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that conflicts with what you remember, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence. If they say anything about the law that conflicts with these instructions, you are to rely on these instructions. Number 4, legal rulings. During the trial, I've made certain rulings. I made those rulings based on the law and not because I favor one side or the other. However, if I sustained an objection, if I did not accept evidence offered by one side or the other, or if I ordered that certain testimony be stricken, then you must not consider those things in reaching your verdict. Number 5, judicial neutrality. As the judge, I am neutral. If I've said or done anything that makes you think I favor one side or the other, that was not my intention. Do not interpret anything I've done as indicating that I have any particular view of the evidence or the decision you should reach. Number 6, evidence closing. You must base your decision only on the evidence that you saw and heard here in court. Evidence includes what the witnesses said while they were testifying under oath and any exhibits submitted into evidence. Nothing else is evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. Their objections are not evidence. My legal rulings and comments, if any, are not evidence. In reaching a verdict, consider all the evidence as I have defined it here and nothing else. You may also draw reasonable inferences from that evidence. Number 7, items not admitted into evidence. Transcripts, police reports, or other written audio or visual materials may have been referenced during the trial, but not admitted as exhibits. It is common during deliberations for jurors to ask to review these materials or to have transcripts of what witnesses said during trial. These materials, other than what may have been admitted as exhibits, may not be requested as part of your deliberations. Number 8, witness credibility. In deciding this case, you will need to decide how believable each witness was. Use your judgment and common sense. Let me suggest a few things to think about as you weigh each witness's testimony. How good was the witness's opportunity to see, hear, or otherwise observe what the witness testified about? Does the witness have something to gain or lose from this case? Does the witness have any connections to the people involved in this case? Does the witness have any reason to lie or slant the testimony? Was the witness's testimony consistent over time? If not, is there a good reason for the inconsistency? If the witness was inconsistent, was it about something important or unimportant? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of other evidence presented at trial? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of your experience? Was there anything about the way the witness testified that made the testimony more or less believable? In deciding whether or not to believe a witness, you may also consider anything else you think is important. You do not have to believe everything that a witness said. You may believe part and disbelieve the rest. On the other hand, if you are convinced that a witness lied, you may disbelieve anything the witness said. In other words, you may believe all, part, or none of a witness's testimony. You may believe many witnesses against one or one witness against many. In deciding whether a witness testified truthfully, remember that no one's memory is perfect. Anyone can make an honest mistake. Honest people may remember the same event differently. Number 9, presumption of innocence, closing. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crimes charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Number 10, reasonable doubt, closing. As I instructed you before, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If the evidence leaves you firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and return a verdict of not guilty. Number 11, direct and circumstantial evidence. Facts may be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence. The law does not treat one type of evidence as better than the other. Direct evidence can prove a fact by itself. It usually comes from a witness who perceived firsthand the fact in question. For example, if a witness testified he looked outside and saw it was raining, that would be direct evidence that it had rained. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. It usually comes from a witness who perceived a set of related events, but not the fact in question. However, based on that testimony, someone could conclude that the fact in question had occurred. For example, if a witness testified that she looked outside and saw that the ground was wet and people were closing their umbrellas, that would be circumstantial evidence that it had rained. Before you can find the defendant guilty of any charge, there must be enough evidence, direct, circumstantial, or some of both, to convince you of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is up to you to decide. Number 12, defendant testifying. The defendant testified at trial. Another instruction mentions some things for you to think about in weighing testimony. Consider those same things in weighing the defendant's testimony. Don't reject the defendant's testimony merely because she is accused of a crime. Number 13, offense requires conduct and mental state. A person cannot be found guilty of a criminal offense unless that person's conduct is prohibited by law and, at the time the conduct occurred, the defendant demonstrated a particular mental state specified by law. Conduct can mean both an act or the failure to act, and the law requires a person to act. As to the mental state requirement, the prosecution must prove that at the time the defendant acted or failed to act, she did so with a particular mental state. For each offense, the law defines what kind of mental state the defendant had to have, if any. For some crimes, the defendant must have acted intentionally or knowingly. For other crimes, it is enough that the defendant acted recklessly with criminal negligence or as some other specified mental state. Later, I will instruct you on the specific conduct and mental state that the prosecution must prove before the defendant can be found guilty of the crimes charged. Number 14, inferring the required mental state. The law requires that the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted with a particular mental state. Ordinarily, there is no way that a defendant's mental state can be proved directly because no one can tell what another person is thinking. A defendant's mental state can be proved indirectly from the surrounding facts and circumstances. This includes things like what the defendant said, what the defendant did, and any other evidence that shows what was in the defendant's mind. 15, motive. The defendant's mental state is not the same as motive. Motive is why a person does something. Motive is not an element of the crimes charged in this case. As a result, the prosecutor does not have to prove why the defendant acted or failed to act. However, a motive or lack of motive may help you determine if the defendant did what she is charged with doing. It may also help you determine what her mental state was at the time. 16, do not consider punishment. In making your decision, do not consider what punishment could result from a verdict of guilty. Your duty is to decide if the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Punishment is not relevant to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Number 17, jury unanimity and deliberations. Because this is a criminal case, every single juror must agree with the verdict before the defendant can be found guilty or not guilty. That is, you must be unanimous in your verdict for each count charged. To help you in reaching unanimous agreement, I recommend that you not commit yourselves to a particular verdict before discussing all the evidence. In addition, you may not use a you may not use methods of chance, such as drawing straws or flipping a coin. Rather, in the jury room, consider the evidence and speak your minds with each other. Listen carefully and respectfully to each other's views and keep an open mind about what others have to say. If there's a difference of opinion about what the evidence there's a difference of opinion about the evidence or the verdict, do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that your position is wrong. On the other hand, do not give up your honestly held views about the evidence simply to agree on a verdict, to give in to pressure from other jurors, or just to get the case over with. In the end, your vote must be your own. A unanimous verdict must reflect the individual, careful, and conscientious judgment of each juror as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Number 18, four-person selection and duties. Among the first things you should do when you go to the jury room to deliberate is to appoint someone to serve as the jury foreperson. The foreperson should not dominate the jury's discussion, but rather should facilitate the discussion of the evidence and make sure that all the members of the jury get the chance to speak. The foreperson's opinions should be given the same weight as those of other members of the jury. Once the jury has reached a verdict, the foreperson is responsible for filling out and signing the verdict forms on behalf of the entire jury. For each offense, the verdict form will have two blanks, one for guilty and the other for not guilty. The foreperson will fill in the appropriate blank to reflect the jury's unanimous decision. In filling out the form, the foreperson needs to make sure that only one blank is marked for each charge. Number 19, jury questions during deliberations. These instructions should contain all the information you need to decide this case based upon the evidence. However, if you have a question or need clarification during deliberations, write a note and give it to the bailiff. I will review it with the lawyers. We will answer your question as appropriate. 20, deadlocked juries. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree. The verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty to consult with one another and to deliberate. Your goal should be to reach an agreement if you can do so without surrendering your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after impartially considering the evidence with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your position if you are convinced it is mistaken. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or just to return a verdict. You are judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to determine the truth from the evidence in the case. Number 21, fact versus expert witnesses. There are two types of witnesses, fact witnesses and expert witnesses. Usually a fact witness can testify only about facts that he or she can see, hear, touch, taste, or smell. An expert witness has scientific, technical, or other special knowledge that allows the witness to give an opinion. An expert's knowledge can come from training, education, experience, or skill. Experts can testify about facts, and they can gain their opinions in their areas of expertise. You may have to weigh one expert's opinion against another's. In weighing the opinions of experts, you may look at their qualifications, the reasoning process the experts used, and the overall credibility of their testimony. You may also look at things like bias, consistency, and reputation. Use your common sense in evaluating all witnesses, including expert witnesses. You do not have to accept an expert's opinion. You may accept it all, reject it all, or accept part and reject part. Give it whatever weight you think it deserves. Number 22, law enforcement officer's testimony. You've heard the testimony of a law enforcement officer. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. It is up to you to give the witness's testimony whatever weight you think it deserves. Number 23, stipulation of fact. When lawyers agree that certain facts are true, it is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept any stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all other facts, is for you to decide. Number 24, multiple defendants or missing defendants. There has been evidence suggesting that persons other than the defendant may have been involved in the crime for which the defendant is on trial. Your duty in this case is to decide only whether the prosecutor has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of the defendant who is on trial. Number 25, separate consideration of multiple crimes. The defendant has been charged with more than one crime. It is your duty to consider each charge separately. For each crime charged, consider all the evidence related to that charge. Decide whether the prosecution has presented proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that particular crime. Your verdict on one charge does not determine your verdict on any other charge. Number 26, date or time of offense is not an element. The state has alleged that the defendant committed the charged offense on or about certain dates. The exact date is not an element of the offense which the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. 27, usual and ordinary meanings instruction. Unless these instructions give a definition, you should give all words their usual and ordinary meanings. Instruction 28, mental states defined intentionally. A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to 1, engage in certain conduct, or 2, cause a certain result. Knowingly. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge when the person 1 is aware of the nature of her conduct, or 2 is aware of the particular circumstances surrounding her conduct, or 3 is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause a particular result. Recklessly. A person acts recklessly when she is aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that 1, certain circumstances exist relating to her conduct, but she consciously disregards the risk and acts anyway, or 2, her conduct will cause a particular result, but she consciously disregards the risk and acts anyway. The nature and extent of the risk must be of such magnitude that disregarding it is a gross deviation from what an ordinary person would do in that situation. Conduct means either an act or an admission. Number 29, inferring intent. The intent with which an act is done denotes a state of mind and connotates a purpose in so acting. Intent being a state of mind is seldom susceptible of proof by and positive evidence, must ordinarily be inferred from acts, conduct, statements, and circumstances. Thus, you would be justified in inferring that a person must have intended the natural and probable consequences of any act purposely done by them. 30. Party liability, definition of party to the offense. A person can commit a crime as a party to the offense. In other words, a person can commit a criminal offense even though she did not personally do all the acts that make up the offense. Here, Tracey Marie Grist is charged in count 1, 3, 4, and 5 as a party to the offense. Before a person can be found guilty as a party to the offense, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, Tracey Marie Grist had the mental state required to commit the charged offense, and 2, Tracey Marie Grist, A, directly committed the charged offense, or B, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly solicited, requested, commanded, or encouraged another person to commit the charged offense, or C, intentionally aided another person to commit the charged offense, and 3, the charged offense was committed either by Tracey Marie Grist or Kevin Stanley Ellis or another person. 31. Elements of the charged crime, count 1, murder. The defendant, Tracey Marie Grist, is charged in count 1 with committing murder. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, Tracey Marie Grist is a party to the offense. 2, A, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Matthew Restelli, or B, intending to cause serious bodily injury to another, Tracey Marie Grist committed an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused the death of Matthew Restelli, or C, acting under circumstances evidencing a depraved indifference to human life, Tracey Marie Grist engaged in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another and thereby caused the death of Matthew Restelli. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that one or more of these elements has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Number 32, definitions applicable to count 1 murder. Bodily injury. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates or causes serious permanent disfigurement, protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ, or creates a substantial risk of death. Number 33, definition/explanation of depraved indifference. A person is guilty of murder if, acting under circumstances that demonstrated depraved indifference to human life, she knowingly engages in conduct that creates a grave risk of death and in fact causes the death of another. Depraved indifference to human life means an utter callousness towards the value of human life and a complete indifference as to whether the actor's conduct will create a grave risk of death to another. To act with depraved indifference, the actor must do more than act recklessly. However, she does not have to have a conscious desire to cause death, nor does she need to be aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause death. In the context of depraved indifference, murder knowingly means that the person knew the nature of her conduct, that the conduct created a risk of death, and that the risk of death was grave. A grave risk of death means more than a substantial and unjustifiable risk. There must be a high likelihood that death will result. In order to find depraved indifference, you must evaluate all the circumstances surrounding the death from the standpoint of a reasonable person in the actor's position. In evaluating the evidence, you should consider the following factors. 1, the social value of the defendant's conduct. 2, the magnitude of the risk. 3, the defendant's knowledge of the risk. And 4, any precautions taken by the defendant to minimize the risk. Number 34, elements of the charged crime count 2, conspiracy to commit murder. The defendant, Tracey Marie Grist, is charged in count 2 of committing conspiracy to commit murder. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, Tracey Marie Grist. 2, intended that conduct constituting the crime of murder be performed. And 3, agreed with one or more persons to engage in or cause the performance of the conduct. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you're convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that one or more of these elements has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Number 35, elements of the charged crime count 3, obstruction of justice. The defendant, Tracey Marie Grist, is charged in count 3 of committing obstruction of justice. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, Tracey Marie Grist is a party to the offense. 2, intended to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or punishment of any person regarding conduct that constituted a criminal offense, and A, altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed any item or other thing, or B, made, presented, or used any item or thing known by the actor to be false, or C, provided false information regarding the suspect or witness, the conduct constituting an offense, or any other material aspect of the investigation. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you're convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that one or more of these elements has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Number 36, jury unanimity for obstruction of justice and the verdict form for count 3. Count 3 charges Tracey Marie Grist with obstruction of justice. The prosecution argues that the defendant may have committed the offense by 1, being a party to planting the knife in Matthew Restelli's hand, and or 2, making an untruthful statement to 911 or the police that Matthew Restelli had a knife before Kevin Ellis shot Matthew Restelli. You may not find Tracey Marie Grist guilty on this account unless you unanimously agree that the prosecution has proven that Tracey Marie Grist committed obstruction of justice in at least one of these specific ways, and you unanimously agree on the specific way in which the defendant committed the offense. If you find Tracey Marie Grist guilty of obstruction of justice, you must record on the verdict form which way or ways you unanimously agree she committed the offense. 37, elements of the crime charged: count 4, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. The defendant, Tracey Marie Grist, is charged in count 4 with committing to commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, Tracey Marie Grist as a party to the offense. 2, intentionally or knowingly committed murder. 3, in the presence of a child. And 4, Tracey Marie Grist and Matthew Restelli were cohabitants at the time of the offense. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you're convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that one or more of these elements has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Number 38, element of the crimes charged, count 5, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. The defendant, Tracey Marie Grist, is charged in count 5 with committing commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, Tracey Marie Grist as a party to the offense. 2, intentionally or knowingly committed murder. 3, in the presence of a child. And 4, Tracey Marie Grist and Matthew Restelli were cohabitants at the time of the offense. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you're convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that one or more of these elements has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Number 39, stipulation of fact regarding cohabitation. When lawyers agree that certain facts are true, it is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept any stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. The parties have stipulated that Tracey Marie Grist and Matthew Restelli were cohabitants at the time of the offense. Number 40, definitions applicable to counts 4 and 5, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. Child means an individual younger than 18 years old. In the presence of a child. In the presence of a child means A, in the physical presence of a child, or B, having knowledge the child is present and may see or hear an act of domestic violence. Cohabitant. Cohabitant, as used in this case, means an individual who is 16 years or older who, 1, is related by blood or marriage to the other party as the individual's parent, grandparent, sibling, or any other individual related to the individual by consanguinity or affinity to the second degree. As Instruction 39 provides, the parties have stipulated that Tracey Marie Grist and Matthew Restelli were cohabitants at the time of the offense. Instruction number 41, special verdict form for cohabitation. If you determine beyond a reasonable doubt that Tracey Marie Grist committed either murder, count 1, conspiracy to commit murder, count 2, domestic violence in the presence of a child, count 4, or domestic violence in the presence of a child, count 5, you must complete the special verdict form titled Special Verdict Form for Cohabitant. Number 42, jury unanimity, multiple offenses with identical elements. The prosecution is charged in count 4 and count 5 that Tracey Marie Grist committed commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child multiple times. Although each of these counts has similar or identical elements, you must consider each count separately and render unanimous agreement on whether Tracey Marie Grist is guilty or not guilty of each individual count. You may not find the defendant guilty of any count unless you unanimously agree the prosecution has proven the specific act and the elements of the offense for each count, and you unanimously agree the prosecution has proven all other elements of the count. You may find the defendant guilty of all of these counts, none of these counts, only some of these counts, but for each count, your decision must be unanimous. In this case, count 4 is based on the alleged conduct of committing the offense in the presence of SR. Count 5 is based on the alleged conduct of committing the offense in the presence presence of CR. I'll now read to you the various verdict forms. In the 4th District Court, Provo, Utah County, State of Utah plaintiff versus Tracey Marie Grist, defendant. Verdict form for count 1, case number 2411-01170, Judge Roger W. Griffin. As to count 1, we, the jury, impaneled in the above entitled cause, find the defendant as to count 1, murder is charged in the information, blank guilty or blank not guilty. And then below that is a line with the jury foreperson. The jury foreperson will select the correct answer and then sign their name and put their juror number by their name. The next jury verdict form. In the 4th District Court, Provo, Utah County, Utah, State of Utah versus Tracey Marie Grist. Verdict form for count 2, case 2411-01170, Judge Roger W. Griffin. As to count 2, we, the jury, impaneled in the above entitled cause, find the defendant as to count 2, conspiracy to commit murder is charged in the information, blank guilty or blank not guilty. Then a signature line for the jury foreperson. Similarly, you should check the right box for the jury's decision, sign, and put your jury number next to your signature. The next verdict form. In the 4th District Court, Provo, Utah County, Utah, State of Utah versus Tracey Marie Grist, defendant. Verdict form for count 3, case number 2411-01170, Judge Roger W. Griffin. As to count 3, we, the jury, impaneled in the above entitled cause, find the defendant as to count 3, obstruction of justice, as charged in the information, blank guilty or blank not guilty. Further, having found the defendant guilty, we unanimously find, then you mark all that apply and leave blank if the defendant is found not guilty. Blank, Tracey Marie Grist was a party to planting the knife in Matthew Restelli's hand. Tracey Marie Grist made an untruthful statement to 9/11 or the police that Matthew Restelli had a knife before Kevin Ellis shot Matthew Restelli, blank foreperson. Similarly, we'll check the right box, guilty or not guilty, and then after making that decision, you'll move down following the instructions and check a box as applicable or a line for the next section, and then sign and put your juror number. The next verdict forms for counts 4 and 5. In the 4th District Court, Provo, Utah County, State of Utah, plaintiff versus Tracey Marie Grist, defendant. Case number 2411-01170, Judge Roger Griffin. As to count 4, we, the jury, impaneled in the above entitled cause, find the defendant as to count 4, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child as charged in the information, blank guilty, blank not guilty. As to count 5, we, the jury, impaneled in the above entitled cause, find the defendant as to count 5, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child as charged in the information, blank guilty or blank not guilty. And then the signature line. Once again, the jury foreperson will select the correct answer for each count, then sign and put their juror number next to their signature. Then we have the special verdict form. In the 4th District Court, Provo, Utah County, State of Utah plaintiff versus Tracey Marie Grist, defendant. Special verdict form for cohabitation, case number 2411-01170, Judge Roger W. Griffin. As to count 1, 2, 4, or 5, we, the jury, impaneled in the above entitled cause, find at the time of the offenses in count 1, 2, 4, or 5 that Tracey Marie Grist and Matthew Restelli were blank cohabitants or blank not cohabitants. Following the instructions, select the right answer, and the jury foreperson will sign and put their name and their jury number on that line. That concludes the final jury instructions. Mr. Pomeroy, I believe you have the state's closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's not already maybe published to the jury.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Just publishing the presentation to the jury.
Okay, thank you.
Is the audio good today?
Yes.
All right, let's go.
Kevin Ellis pulled the trigger but Tracey Grist killed Matthew Restelli. The question isn't whether it was murder. The question is whether Tracey is tied to that murder. Under the law, a person is guilty of a crime if she intentionally helps bring it about, if she solicits it, if she encourages it, if she helps it to happen. She doesn't have to pull the trigger to be a murderer. So again, Kevin shot, but Tracey is a murderer. Fueled by her hate for Matthew, inspired by her interest in true crime, Tracey planned and executed a knockoff of the Donna Adelson conspiracy. After all,
Now, as soon as I was getting ready to say, when he said inspired by her love of true crime, but he didn't went ahead and said it and called them some knockoff Adelsons. See?
as Tracey herself put it, sometimes you have to color outside the lines. Now, in this conspiracy, Kate and her kids were the motive, Kevin was the means, and Tracey was the mastermind, the manipulator. Let's briefly address each of those three. Start with the motive. Kate was unhappy in her marriage. She viewed it as loveless. She had already moved on to other men. She wanted a divorce and custody of her kids. But when she ran away to Utah, a divorce attorney told her it wouldn't be so easy. As she put it in a text to her friend, she felt both hopeless and fucked. Tracey too gained a motive by this turn of events. Remember what Matt texted her after she convinced Kate to skip town on him. You infected Kate with the need to leave California. I will not forget your involvement in this. Enjoy your short time with them. You will not be welcome in our house again. If you don't text me the address where his children were, I will be calling the sheriff for kidnapping. Tracey not only hated Matt, but feared that if he remained in the picture, she would lose at least some level of access to her daughter and her grandchildren. Everyone understood that this was the final straw. So Tracey did what a lawyer could not. She copied an idea, a way out of the marriage with no California court, no sheriff, no shared custody, and no loose ends. It would kill Matthew. The means. Kevin's role in Tracey's plan was to shoot Matthew. He shot Matthew 7 times. 3 times in the back. Mere seconds after Matthew had come into the home, an expected and invited guest. Kevin and Tracey then waited 8 minutes after the shooting before calling 911. Time sufficient to make sure that Matthew was truly dead, time to plant the knife, time to stage the scene. During those 8 minutes, no one tried to give Matthew any life-saving aid. During those 8 minutes, Kevin said to be careful because Matthew might still be moving or kicking. And during those 8 minutes, as I said, the knife was planted. That gun used to kill Matthew, Tracey's. The knife planted in Matthew's hand, Tracey's. The manipulation. Tracey was the mastermind of this murder. She was at the gravitational center of this entire family. She was the one who got each and every family member to carry out their needed part. And certainly some of them did so unwittingly as to what Tracey's ultimate goal was. She was the connection between Kate and Kevin. You heard they didn't really have much of a relationship before Kate fled with the children to Utah. She was literally the voice in Kate's ear, telling Kate what to say.
I really don't believe that the other people unwittingly just followed along. Them kids knew what they was doing.
When Kate was speaking on the phone to Diane, Matthew's mother, she dictated to Kate what Kate should say or text to Matthew as Kate was luring him to Utah and inside the home. And Tracey was metaphorically the voice on Kate's shoulder as she convinced her that this was the way out. She manipulated Kevin. She preyed on his protective instincts for Kate, but more importantly, his instincts for those 2 children. She pressured him into ambushing, shooting, and killing Matthew. So she manipulated Rachel to get Rory and Jake out of the house so they wouldn't be witnesses. She manipulated Rachel to be the lookout, feed updates as Matt drove to Utah. Remember the messages Rachel sent both Kevin and Tracey just a few minutes before the murder? Orem, find my. She was also the one who had Rachel tell Tim he wouldn't be needed that night. Why not? Because the plan Tim knew about, just to be the peacemaker, to be a presence during a conversation, that had changed. Tim wouldn't be needed to keep the peace because Tracey didn't need him to keep the peace. She didn't want him to keep the peace. She intended for Kevin to shoot Matthew, and the fewer witnesses, the better. And Tracey worked with Tara Lynn to help plant a false story of reconciliation in their text messages, presumably for the police to find. You saw Kate testify. She may have wanted Matthew out of the picture. We can be real. We can use our common sense. It was obvious that Kate was not capable of planning or carrying out this murdering conspiracy by herself. You heard Kevin's word. Whose idea was this? Tracey's idea. At the beginning of this trial, my colleague asked you to follow the evidence. Not what he said, not what opposing counsel said, not what I say, but what the evidence says. He asked you to consider several questions as you sat throughout this trial. Did Tracey Grist cause the death of Matthew Restelli? Did Tracey agree with Catherine and or Kevin to kill Matthew? Did Tracey help plant the knife?
Come on, Kathy. And to be honest, even if you want to claim that Rachel or Tara Lynn or it was another one, any of them didn't know that the ultimate goal of hers, they still are guilty. Because let's say this was a different situation. Let's say this was a bank robbery. And they all say, yeah, you will look out, you give the location, you put these text messages out here so people don't think we're robbing the bank. And then all of these things happen for Kevin and mom to go in and rob the bank. And then a guard ends up getting popped. Everybody that has something to do with planning that bank robbery would have been guilty in any other situation. But now for some reason, the main culprit, the Wendy of it all, which she might be smarter than Wendy and Corey because she went ahead and took her sixth life. So by the time Wendy going to jail, it's possible that Kate's ass could be getting out. So if you look at this in any other way, if they would have, even if this would have just been a fight at a basketball court and somebody pulls out a popper, everybody involved in that fight would have ended up in a situation. Even if you flip it around, let's say Matt got the upper hand and popped Kevin. Instead of Matt getting charged with Kevin's unaliving, everybody that set Matt up would have been charged with Kevin's unaliving. They're all guilty. They're all getting away with murder, literally.
Or plant the knife. In a moment, we will review the evidence together to see what answers it gives us to these questions. But first, I want to review just a few of the instructions Judge Griffin just gave you, because the law he gave you will help you determine which narrative is letting the facts speak for themselves, and which narrative is distorting the facts to fit a story that does not reflect the reality of what happened. Jury instruction 10 is the reasonable doubt instruction. I want to call your attention to just a few passages in each of these instructions. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. You just need to be firmly convinced. And if I say anything in this closing argument that makes it seem I'm undercutting that, I'm not. If I say anything, a slip of a tongue that makes it seem like I'm shifting the burden to the defendant, I am not. She has no burden. The state has the burden. But be clear on what the burden is. You only have to be firmly convinced, not a shadow of a doubt or some other standard. What is evidence? Evidence includes what the witnesses said while testifying under oath, and any exhibits admitted into evidence as noted. The lawyer's statements, the arguments, those are not evidence. But this is important. This is what I want to draw your attention to. You may draw all reasonable inferences from that evidence. And there are many reasonable inferences for you to draw in this case. You may ask, is some evidence better than other evidence? Facts may be proved by direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. The law does not treat any one type of evidence better than the other. It's for you to apply your judgment and common sense on how you wish to weigh the evidence. Similarly, how do you decide if a witness is credible? I obviously couldn't put the entire instruction on here, but the key passages: use your judgment and common sense. You may consider anything that you think is important in weighing the credibility of witnesses. And this is key. You may believe all, part, or none of a witness's testimony. With at least 2 witnesses, there are reasons to believe only parts of what they told you. We'll come back to that. Now, what must be proven? Now, this is just a summary. When we get to it, when you get to the deliberation and later in the argument we discuss it, use the actual instructions. This is just a summary to help us for the moment. I want to call your attention to the 4 different charges. One of them, domestic violence in the presence of a child, there's 2 counts for each of the 2 children. But you'll notice that murder, as a party to the offense, did Tracey Grist cause the death of Matthew? Obstruction, as a party to the offense, did Tracey plant the knife or make an untruthful statement to police or 911? Domestic violence in the presence of a child, as a party to the offense, did Tracey Grist commit the murder in the presence of the children? And then conspiracy is slightly different. Tracey Grist, intending that the crime be performed, agreed with 1 or more persons to engage or cause the performance. 3 of these charges have that language as a party to the offense. And that's important to look at for a moment. What does that mean? How can you be a party to the offense? If she has the mental state required for the offense, that's something the instruction will tell you a little bit more about in a moment. If she directly commits it, or if she solicits it, or requests it, or commands it, or encourages it, or intentionally aids it, she's just as guilty as the person who actually did it. So if she solicited, requested, commanded, encouraged, or aided Kevin in shooting Matthew, she's guilty of murder. Same for the obstruction, and the same for the domestic violence in the presence of a child. Now, with this law in mind, I want to review the facts together with you. And in these facts, we will see, as surely as the day is long, that Tracey Grist is not just a party to the offense, but the key party to the offenses of murder and obstruction and conspiracy and domestic violence in the presence of a child. Now, we admitted a lot of exhibits in this case, a substantial amount. And this is just the documentary evidence, not to mention the videos, not to mention the audio. And I thank you in advance for your patience as we go through some of that. We don't have time to go through all of that. You can choose in your deliberations to go through all of it.
Do you know how pissed I would be if knowing who Katie is, what Katie did, and what part Katie played, and now I'm the key piece? It don't happen without me. If y'all don't go get Katie and quit playing this game, like, oh, I would be so pissed.
I want to highlight the
Katie got them all.
key points for you. Let's turn to the evidence. We begin with a more in-depth look at the development of the motive and origins of this conspiracy. Now, as you've heard, Matthew and Kate married in 2016, and they lived in California. They certainly had their issues. It's called a toxic relationship during trial. Regardless, by early 2024, that relationship was strained. Kate was unhappy. She viewed it as loveless. She had already had an affair, or as she called it, stepping out on the marriage. And that was a point of conflict between her and Matthew. You saw the evidence. In January 2024, Kate confided to her mother that she wanted out of the marriage. They've been fighting so much. I want out. By May, texts between Kate and Tracey again reflect continued frustration and unhappiness. I hate my life. Hate that I had kids with Matt. This is so bad. I hate him so much. Ultimately, Kate was unhappy enough to separate from Matthew, essentially disappearing without warning on June 20th, 2024. She took their 2 young children to live at her mother's house, Tracey, in American Fork, Utah. driving the rental car that Tracey paid for and arranged for her to have. After Kate came to Utah, she and the Grist family learned that separating from Matthew and getting custody of the children wouldn't be very clear-cut. It would be very difficult. The biggest problem was that California still had legal jurisdiction over the children and the marriage. You heard Kate's recorded conversation with the lawyer that she shared with the family, where she learned the reality of their situation. As Kate summarized to her friend, honestly, I'm fucked. Just dumb California law. I just feel hopeless. So the evidence is clear about the development of Kate's motive. But in the evidence, we can also see the development of Tracey's motive and thoughts in parallel to Kate. In January, when Kate confided to her mother that she wanted out of the marriage that they'd been fighting, how did Tracey respond? She called Matt. She threatened him, even though, as she puts it, she was just watering down her words. And then Kate said, "Don't call him." And she replied that she wouldn't. "I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him." Fuck him. By May, Kate had again confided that she hates her life. This was May 22nd. And the next day, Tracey searches the web for mountain lion. Searches the web for this. What scent attracts mountain lions to human? Tracey says, this is just a joke. I don't know about you. I've never had Google laugh at one of my searches before. This was for her and her alone. That same day, Tracey flew to California for a short visit to attend her friend Amy's celebration of life. She returned home on May 30th, and then shortly thereafter, she starts days of texts and searches that aren't just coincidence, but rather show what Tracey thinks of Matthew and what's on her mind at this point in time. So on June 4th, around 6:02 p.m., Tracey reaches out to her daughter, Tara Lynn. "Can you talk?" So mad at Matt. So mad. The next morning, we have this exchange where Kate calls Matt a piece of shit because of that issue with the camper trailer. And Tracey says, "He's lying." And then a little bit later that day, tells Rachel, "Matt made it so I want to kill him. When Katie asked about whatever I had said about her being in the camper too much, which I never said anything, he straight up lied. I'm gonna kill him." And then by the evening of June 6th, and the next morning, June 7th, she searches more. She searches more about the Donna Adelson murder conspiracy. She searches Katie Magbanwa pictures, Katie Magbanwa, Catherine Magbanwa attorney, Katie Magbanwa's second trial defense charts. You may remember that Katie was the middleman in the Donna Adelson conspiracy to murder her son-in-law. She also searches, how old were Dan Markle's kids when Dan was killed? Dan was Donna's son-in-law, who she murdered through the use of a hitman. Or we could use the defense's statements from opening, where he said, "There's just a guy who got murdered by another guy. It was a messy deal." Also a conspiracy. What these texts, internet searches, and verbal conversations show is that Tracey returned again and again over time to her contempt for Matthew and the idea of killing him. Look, we need to be clear about at least one thing here. Offhanded comments and Google searches alone do not prove guilt. Back in January, the murder wasn't in play yet. But when you see the comments continue, when you see the comments followed by research, the research followed by planning, the planning followed by an execution of the plan followed by a cover-up, it tells you what was on her mind and that you know exactly what her intent was. You heard Tracey say it herself. I searched what was on my mind. Matthew's death was on her mind. Moreover, Tracey's feelings influenced the entire family. Let's take one example. On June 16th, This is where Tara Lynn and Rachel have a conversation. Tara Lynn, referring to her husband, asking Rachel, he wants to know if you shot your 380 yet. Rachel says, no. Unfortunately, kids make it hard to get out and go shooting. Ha ha. We need to coordinate with mom and take it out before any chance of Matt coming. LOL. There's a phrase called kidding on the square. I don't know if you've heard it before. It's a communication style where it allows someone to convey a sincere opinion under the guise of humor. It can give you plausible deniability. I was just kidding. I was just joking about what I said. But what such joking does when it's repeated time and time again is to normalize violence. It desensitized the family to the idea of killing Matt. It dehumanized Matthew that they routinely joked about killing him. It takes a lot to kill another person. Normalizing, desensitizing, dehumanizing, good first steps to get there. Some of it surely started as a joke. That's gotta be the truth. That common sense tells you that. It turns out to be a lot less funny when a few minutes later, someone turns up dead. With this understanding of Tracey's mindset towards Matthew, consider what happened once it was decided that Kate would leave Matthew and come to Utah. So on June 16th, the arrangements were made for Kate to come to Utah. Tracey got her on the credit card, they made the bedroom plan, et cetera, et cetera. At nearly exactly the same time, Tracey makes the following search. Utah, shoot, break in. She said, the autocorrect must have spelt it wrongly. Use your common sense. Autocorrect doesn't fill in misspellings. This was an intentional search by Tracey. And then a few hours later, she searches how to file for a divorce, how to establish Utah residency. On the 20th, Kate then came to Utah. And as a result of her coming to Utah, we have the final text conversations between Matthew and Tracey. The ones where Matt texted Tracey after she helped Kate skip town on him. These statements. The ones where he says that you infected Kate. The one where he says, enjoy your short time with them. The one where he threatens to call the sheriff for kidnapping. And we can see as a result of this exchange, exactly how Tracey became concerned about what had happened, about what she had done, about the legal implications of bringing Kate and the children to Utah. For what we will see is not a temporary breather, but a permanent break. Because the next morning on June 22nd, she makes 16 searches related to child custody, the legal implications, and parental kidnapping. Now, what did Tracey learn from all these web searches? We can infer, remember the instructions, you can make reasonable inferences from the evidence, that she learned exactly what the lawyer told Kate on July 11th. California still had jurisdiction for the divorce, jurisdiction for child custody, and there was no way Kate was going to get sole custody of the kids in Utah. And now, at this point, after that, Kate had very real reason to fear losing at least some access to her daughter and her grandchildren. There was the lawyer call on July 11th at 3:29 p.m. Lasted approximately 31 minutes. What did Tracey search at 4:39 p.m.? When was Donna Adelson arrested? So approximately 40 minutes after the lawyer call ended, Tracey is researching how long it took Donna Adelson to be arrested for getting rid of her inconvenient son-in-law by murdering him during a custody dispute. Is it a coincidence? If you still have any lingering doubt that Tracey didn't know exactly what was going on with the lawyer or wasn't controlling absolutely everything and everyone in this family, remember her conversation with Tara Lynn from before the lawyer meeting. Tara, call Kate, help her with what to say to the lawyer. She's happy about not going back, and she needs to take legal steps now. School starts soonish, July 1st. Does this sound temporary to you? Tracey knows Kate isn't going back, even if she testified otherwise. She directs both Tara and Kate on what to do. And let's be real, kids don't need to be
Rachel was dropping all the tea. She remembered everything until it came to her. I told you they didn't call that woman a harlot, a floozy, a loose booty. They didn't call Kate everything, but when it comes to them, they don't recall. Listen, she knew exactly what she was doing. I said they were saying Kate was laying it low and spreading it wide. They said the hotel that the cops gave them the night of the unaliving, so they didn't have to be at the house because it was a crime scene, so they'd have somewhere to go. That she had, Rachel said she had 2 men come down. Listen, them siblings was telling it all, and basically it was that she was a elevated whore. Harlot, Jezebel, laying it low, spreading it wide.
Registered for school in Utah after going home to California. What else Tracey say? Next day, I'll listen to the lawyer call.
Garden tool. There you go. 304.
What do we know? We know in Tracey's own words that she had contempt for Matt, hated Matt, disliked Matt. Use your adjective of choice. We know in her own words that she stewed over his supposed lies. We know in her own words that she repeatedly joked. She discussed killing him, harming him. We know in her own words that she was well acquainted with murder conspiracies. We know in her own words that she was researching about shooting intruders. We know in her own words, after Matthew threatened to call the sheriff over kidnapping, that she was concerned about parental kidnapping and the legal implications. And we know the lawyer told the family that this wasn't a legal battle they were going to win. Was there an initial plan for this family, for Kate, to pursue a divorce? Yes, that was the initial plan. But by this point, by July 11th, the backup plan took priority for Tracey, Kate, and Kevin. A way out. But that way out was to get Matthew out of the picture permanently. Want to remind you of one more thing on this point before we move on. Kate testified that the conspiracy first came together about a week to a week and a half after she got to Utah on the 20th. You should believe Kate to the extent you can corroborate Kate. We can corroborate this point at least. The Tara Kate messages were July 11th, a little bit more than a week and a half. What do we have here? On June 21st, Tracey told Kevin about the sheriff and the kidnapping issue, forwarded the message, and how did Kevin respond? How about no? They're not worried about Kevin. Sorry, they're not worried about Matt. And on the 26th, Kate texts Kevin, what day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf, nickname for Matt. If I have to rush back, I can make that happen. June 29th, that week to week and a half. What did Tracey tell her sister and her brother? I want him to show up. He still thinks it's only for another week. And of course she wanted him to show up. You can't remove Matt from the equation if he's not there. In the end, whatever the exact moment was that the plan came together, whatever the exact moment the agreement was made, after the afternoon of July 11th, the die were cast. The loose strands of Tracey's ill will towards Matt, the lingering thoughts of harming him, the inspiration from another murder case, were woven together in that final day and a half into a conspiracy that culminated when Kevin shot Matthew. And if you believe at any point in time, whether it was an hour, a day, or a month before the murder, that there was an agreement, that is conspiracy, and Tracey is guilty of the conspiracy and the murder. Now, to be sure, this was a poorly executed conspiracy with an even worse cover-up, what the defense called the messiest conspiracy. But a messy conspiracy is a conspiracy nonetheless. So now we are going to move to the execution of the conspiracy and its unraveling. The evidence of it, at least in retrospect, can be broken down into 4 phases. And so that's how I'll break it down for you today. They had to lure Matthew to Utah. They had to funnel him or get him inside Tracey's home. They had to ambush him and cover it up. So phase 1, luring Matt to Utah. We've already acknowledged this. For this to work, Matt has to come to Utah. But we also know Matt doesn't want to drive out to Utah. Kate had come to Utah under that guise of the temporary breather. Matt wanted Kate and the kids to come home to California and tried to assist Kate in coming without him traveling too. Matt, as you can see in these exhibits, this is what this is talking about, had arranged for the rental car and given her $600 so she could rent the car and drive back to California. So this was on the 11th that Matt had actually taken these steps for Kate to come to him and not vice versa. But then Kate and Tracey worked together to create excuses as to why Kate couldn't drive to California and Matt had to come to Utah. They came up with at least 2 ruses that we know about, the sprained ankle ruse and the can't rent the car ruse, right? And so you can see on here the development, or not necessarily the development, but the evidence of the spraining of the ankle ruse. There's a discussion about the car rental and what does mama say? Plus, you're gonna sprain that ankle. And you saw in evidence, and you can review more fully if you wish, the entire text exchange talking about this supposed sprained ankle, about how they're going to go to the DI and get crutches and so on and so forth. And then again, later on, the can't drive with that angle comment. And further, the excuse of not being able to do it because of the out-of-state driver's license and credit card versus debit card issue. Throughout these messages, you can see that Tracey is in control of this. Not Kate. Tracey is directing this show. At Tracey's direction, not only did Kate convince Matt to drive to Utah, but she convinced him to drive the truck with the air tag in it. You heard a phone call in which Matt expressed concern about the truck breaking down and wanting to borrow the car. But Kate was insistent he had to drive the truck. We'll come back to that in a second. That was exhibit 13, around 10 minutes long, so I won't play the entire thing right now. But there's several quotes in there. One of them was, "You can't just roll the dice with the truck," several times. That Kate comes back and back, urging Matt to take the truck. And you know why, because the air tag that had been hidden inside the truck in the bin under the pile of trash. One, Matthew didn't know was there, partially because of the trash and partially because he had the Android phone and wouldn't see it. Now, Tracey, Kevin, Rachel, and Tara Lynn, unlike Matt, could and did track the air tag, including when Matthew came to Utah. We'll just go over a few examples, right? Okay, so here is Tara Lynn telling Kate to hide the air tag in the truck. Then we see the group message that was created between Tracey, Kate, Tara Lynn, and Rachel, where they're all tracking Matthew. Comments are made during this discussion, but you might break down the desert, ha, 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 ha. At least we can watch it. Don't watch it because they can track it. And that was Tara Lynn saying that. Rachel responds, "At least we'll be able to track the truck as long as the air tag stays there." We have elsewhere, a few days later, Kevin tracking Matt, telling Kate, "Hey, the tag is still active. And here's a screenshot of his current location." Even Kelly.
Remind me of that, Kathy, when we go into deliberations while we're so when we don't have anything to watch, because it's very possible. I'm not sure if we're going to start. I think we're still in voir dire with the other 2 cases. So if we end up in deliberations with nothing to watch, then we'll go back to Kate's sentencing and go watch Kate's sentencing.
Tracey's sister knows that she's tracking Matt. Have you been getting hits from the air tag in the truck? You can infer Tracey told her about it. Despite Kate convincing Matt to drive to Utah in this trackable truck, there was another problem. Matt was reluctant to come inside the house. There was a few reasons for this. One, he didn't want to turn off the truck because of the whole starter issue and the concern of would it turn back on. But the evidence also shows it was just because of what his purpose was. He just wanted to pick up the kids, get his little family, get him in the truck, and go home to California. Turn the volume, it looks like it may not have been turned up.
Yeah, what's going on?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, what's going on?
I just called to see how your drive is going.
I'm just passing that abandoned water park.
Oh, fun, cool.
Yeah, I just like ran out and looking at it.
Yeah, my mom said if you're too tired, when you get here that you can always sleep here. She said she'll keep her distance. She'll actually be asleep.
Oh my God, so I'm just not gonna talk, that's all.
Okay, or if we want, we can get a hotel. She said she'll give us $100 towards it.
No, it's not like that. I just wanna see my baby, see you. I brought my pillow and everything else,
Right.
so I'm not really worried about it. So, what do you want to do?
I want you to be comfortable.
I will be,
Okay.
once I have my family.
Okay, well, good.
Oh, I
Okay,
want,
awesome.
yeah. So, cool. I'll just keep
Awesome.
trucking along here.
The morning started with these text messages. Good morning, getting up and getting moving. Exciting for today. That's what Kate told him. He responds, I'm over the moon. Can't wait to hug and kiss you all. You have other phone calls in the record that you can listen to from the morning. That last phone call you just heard was at 2:20 afternoon. There's another one around 8:15 p.m. You can listen to all of them if you want. You'll notice Matt's not agitated. Matt's excited about seeing his family, seeing his baby, going home. Completely different than the testimony you heard from Tracey, that he was agitated, and that explains what happened. It's not what explains what happened. Anyways, Matthew didn't want to go in Tracey's home. He didn't want that confrontation. He didn't want to turn off the car as we discussed. He just wanted to load quickly and go home. The starter was an issue, but Matt also knew what the state of his relationship was with Tracey. He knew they didn't get along. He knew they each knew what the other thought of the other. So, we have these messages clearly show how he feels. We've seen the messages from Tracey that clearly shows how she feels. Despite this, Kate repeatedly reassured Matt throughout the drive. She gave him the gate code. She told him the doors were unlocked. She put that cardboard out. She said she just heard Tracey would be asleep. One phone call, she told him, just come right on in. The door is always unlocked. And Tracey was actually involved in these reassurances. We see that in the evidence. Here's just one example of it. Tell Matt, I'll stay away. And I'll be as sweet as candy. Tracey, who had for months belittled Matthew, for months threatened to kill him in these so-called jokes, made a threat to him over the phone, said fuck him, belittled him, that he didn't have the balls to do anything. Tracey, who had gotten Kate away from Matthew, is now encouraging Matthew to come inside the home without knocking, without hesitation. What's common sense tell you about that? Meanwhile, when this is all happening, the family is monitoring the AirTag. Now, you heard Rachel testify that she watched it at least 5 times that day. Tara Lynn and Rachel knew about it. Here is Rachel texting Tara Lynn a screenshot of Matt's location, to which Tara Lynn replies with an expletive, that's pretty far up there. Tracey was doing the same. Here's the text from Tracey to Kate with that same Apple AirTag that was being used to track him. Now, July 12th was a hive of activity amongst the family as preparations were made for his arrival. Throughout the day of the shooting, the family exchanged phone calls and messages, many of which discussed Matt. We have reconstructed for this presentation a timeline sourced entirely from the evidence in the trial of what all these people were doing on July 12th before Matthew's arrival. Now, I'm going to give you a note up front. This is a demonstrative. This has not been admitted to evidence. You don't get it during deliberations. So feel free to take any notes that you would like from this to cross-check those exhibits on what stands out to you. Now we have a little key. There's persons involved. Matt will be highlighted in this light purple color, Kate in yellow, Tracey in red, Tara Lynn in green, Rachel in blue, Kevin in orange. Aurora, Jake, and Tim don't appear very frequently, so they're just still on white. You'll understand it. And then the communication types also get colored Text messages in black, phone calls in purple, Facebook Messenger, whether that be a text or a call, is in blue, and web searches are in green. At the top, you'll see the time, you'll see the sender, you'll see the receiver, you'll see the message or a description of what it was, you'll see the duration or an indication that it was a text message, and you'll see a note to the exhibit number, because like I said, these are pulled from the exhibits. Feel free to refer to them during deliberations, should you so choose. So it starts out, good morning, Exhibit 8. We've already been over that text exchange. And then Tracey and Kate have this discussion about the rental car. Darn that rental place for not taking a debit card. Kate, I have to be more upset. Then they have a continued discussion about that. And then what was found on Kate's device, the audio recording that occurred sometime between 7:57 and 8:04. The recording where she goes up to Kevin saying she needs to go make her story more believable or plausible, and that the kids know that she is upstairs. Kate then has a phone call with Tracey, then a phone call with Matt, and then we have some back and forth phone calls. Kate Tracey, Kate Matt, Tracey Tara Lynn, Kate, Kate Tara Lynn. At this point, we have 3 phone calls between Kate and Matthew, where she is convincing him to come out to Utah. The first one, that's the one where you can't roll the dice, you heard the segment of. Go back and listen to the entire thing. The second one, Matt says he's not going to borrow a car. And by the third one, Matt says that he got the permit, he's going to be able to drive the truck out. And then right after that, Kate texts Tracey. He's going to drive out. So the plan worked. Matt's coming to Utah. And then what happens? Kate calls Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn calls Rachel. Rachel texts Tracey. Tara Lynn calls Rachel. Tracey texts Kate. I'll call you. Then Tracey, a little bit later, does call Tracey. Have you ever seen the third Lord of the Rings movie, Return of the King? Or is that one scene where they light the beacon tower and it just goes down the chain and each one gets lit in a row? That is exactly what's happening here. At least on this day, everyone in the family that's involved in these conversations knows what is going on with Kate and Matthew. And then we have that text message we already looked at where Tracey shows the AirTag location. And then we have a phone call between Matt and Kate where Kate confirms that Matthew is coming inside.
Yeah, probably just pull right up in front of the house,
Yeah, I want to slow it up. How long are you going to take? Like 15 minutes to load up?
Yeah, not long at all.
Yeah, I'm not trying to rush you. I just don't
No.
want to risk the truck. That's all,
No, I get it.
Yeah.
You gonna come inside? Are you gonna come inside and help me load up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The front door is always unlocked, okay?
So that entire call is about 11 minutes, Exhibit 16. There's more to it. Those are some highlights. Then we get to lunchtime. We again have a flurry of calls back and forth. Or I guess I should say messages. Some of these are Facebook, some of these are phone calls, some of these are written communications. We see that Rachel sends the image of Matthew's AirTag. Carolyn, that's where she says that's pretty far up there. And then again, we have some flurry of overlapping phone calls and messages between Kate and Tracey and Rachel and Tara Lynn. And then right at the end of this back and forth, you'll see at 12:58, there's a phone call between Tracey and Kate while on the phone with Rachel. We're not sure if that's a three-way or if Rachel's put on hold at this point. And then there's a call between Rachel and Tara Lynn, and then a messenger between Tara Lynn and Rachel. But then what do we see? Tracey and Tara Lynn have a phone call that lasts 3 hours and 56 minutes. Then they have a phone call through the Facebook app for 30 minutes and 30 seconds. And then immediately after that, over 30 minutes of communication, they have a text exchange. And I submit to you that this text exchange is completely out of place to the tenor of everything else. In this text message, they continue going on about how happy they are that Kate is going back. I was calling to let you know that Matt is headed out. She already knew by that point. To pick up Katie and the kiddos. Your phone is kind of annoying because I came and had a normal conversation with you. She's going to try to make it work and be a positive experience. I told her I'm a little nervous. Heart emoji to Tracey's first message. I know he's trying, but I'm nervous and trepidation for sure. I support her completely. I really need you to support her because she is on the fence and she needs our love and support to do so for the kiddos. Tracey continues, my only prayer today is he's peaceful and continues to be peaceful. With her, nachos, but she corrects it. Sorry, the month to months, so I'll read it corrected. With her, not just on the drive back from California, but also in the months to come, so not just. And then Tara Lynn responds, from what Kate was telling me, it sounds like he's gotten sober and is really trying. I'm still worried about his temper. I'm still hoping that he's really had a change of heart in the last couple of weeks. I'll definitely try to be supportive. It does make me nervous though, because he says one thing and then he just does another. Submitting that throughout all of this, it's not Matt who said one thing and did another. Tracey, I love you. Tara Lynn, I know that them working this out would be the best for everybody, and I will support her no matter what. Sorry my reception is so crappy. I would have loved to have this conversation with you on the phone. Just on the phone for nearly 35 minutes. Tracey, I love you, and all I care about is that she is happy and that the kids are happy, and I feel like you're giving this another chance, especially after she came out for some time to think. It continues. The hardest part, they continue this another page or two. Tracey discussed about how she would just stay out of the way unless Matt wants to come in and say hi. I'll give them space. I feel like Matt's not happy with me. And I'll let Katie stay with us. So I'll be fine. As time goes on, I'll be fine. Probably for the best, and so on and so on. Discussion of marriage counseling. The excitement in seeing his family will be just all he's thinking about. Same. Oh gosh, don't say that, Tracey says. If he stews on the whole drive, that would not be good. I pray to God he's only excited to hug those babies. 100%, Tracey says to that. Tracey continues, hey there, I need to focus, so I love you, and I'll talk to you later. And I do not like that. Your phone is ridiculous right now. I can't imagine how you might be feeling about that dang phone. You probably want to throw it across the room. Tara Lynn, I know, I feel like you only want to see the good side of things sometimes. And I hope that you're right about that things go well. For real, I'll let you work. But thank you for taking the time to text with me. I feel so isolated with my reception being so expletive. We know she's free to use expletives in so many other communications. She edited this one for some reason. Yet one more reason to show this is a ruse, this is planted. Does anyone really believe this? This is completely incredulous. Here's another one that we know that they knew that Kate wasn't going back. Tell everyone not to engage with Matt. There won't be us after this deceptive mood. Great. That's kind of the plan, dude. That's kind of the plan, dude. There won't be us after this. Any event, after that additional ruse, Tracey and Kevin, quick phone call. They're meeting for sushi. Tracey immediately starts planting messages with Kate. What happened since the previous day? Why is she excited now about this? Well, they're excited because they lured Matt out to Utah. He's going to come in the house. So while Tracey is putting up this farce, Kate is relating information to Matthew. Tracey, you see right there at 2:13 p.m., searches the It's Happening meme. What's happening? Why is she so excited? And well, again, Tracey is putting up this farce. Rachel is clearing the house. You can see that she calls Jake, she calls Tim, she calls Aurora, she calls them all off. Rachel and Jake live there, so just make sure they're not there. Tim, who was going to come over, hear his testimony, he was told not to come. And then we continue to see phone calls throughout the afternoon being exchanged, some of them missed, some of them connected. But what's most important is that Kate and Tracey continued the ruse of Kate going back to California and those messages to Matt. You heard about preparations, you heard differing reasons for the preparations, but we do agree that the children's toys were cleaned up and placed in another room. You see in the photos that the blanket was placed on the couch right next to where Matt was shot. And also during all these preparations, the family monitored Matt's location. Kate consistently told Matt that she loves him. She was excited, even though we know she had no intent to leave. Her bags were not packed. She's not leaving on a jet plane. Not going to get in that car with him. And then at least 3 times in this last phone call at 8:13, Kate confirms, "You're going to come right in though." That's exhibit 18. And then Kate sends him the gate code. And then at 10:01 p.m., just minutes before Matt's arrival, Rachel texted Tracey and then Kevin and told him to look at the air tag as Matt passed through Orem. So who's the first person she sent it to? Tracey. Who's the second person she sends it to? Kevin. But who is noticeably absent? Who does she not send it to? Kate. Kate, the one the family is supposedly worried about, the one who has an Android device, and so can only access it through the family or one of her kids' iPads, the one we're supposedly worried about if Matthew is truly dangerous, she's the only one left out of the loop. Now finally, one last point.
You called me.
Skip the wrong way. One last point before we move on. We color-coded this for you. And I'm going to go back to the beginning. You'll see that Tracey is in red. There it is. Here's the beginning. Tracey's in red. There she is. There she is. There she is. There she is. There she is again. Tracey. Tracey everywhere. More Tracey. She is everywhere because she is everywhere. Tracey is the hub in the middle, and her children are the spokes. She's the mission control. She's orchestrating the entire plot. She agreed with Kate to have Kate, lure Matthew to Utah and come inside the house. She agreed with Kevin to have him lie in wait and shoot. And then she had Rachel get Rory and Jake out of the house and call Tim up and track Matt's location. She had Tara Lynn help her plant a duplicitous story about being happy with Kate going back with Matthew, but also that Matthew might be stewing all day, so be careful. A story that no one should believe at this point. So how do you know she manipulated everyone? Because just look at what she says and then what everyone does. Look at her involvement and look at the results. You know what one of the worst parts of this is? So she didn't just deceive Matthew. She deceived some of her own children into doing her bidding without them ever realizing what was truly happening.
You called me.
We're going to move on to the ambush, the phase 3 as I divided this. So at 10:01 p.m., Matthew was in Orem. Within minutes, he arrived in American Fork. Just before 10:06, Matthew entered the gated community. Inside Tracey's home, Kate was upstairs with the children. Tracey waited in the kitchen, and Kevin had put on a holster and Tracey's gun in preparation for Matthew's arrival. You know, there's really no other explanation for why he'd have the gun and holster on. 10 o'clock at night, inside his own home, safe, gated community. The explanation that you should infer is he intended to use it, and that's why he had it on under those circumstances. And having been called off or sent away, no one else besides the 2 youngest children asleep upstairs were in the home. At 10:06 p.m., the neighbor's security camera recorded Matt's truck pulling up to Tracey and Kevin's home. It took around 30 seconds to park. The video at least lasts 30 seconds, and you see him at least stopping by the end of it. Then he gets out and goes in. At 10:07 p.m., there's the parked truck. At 10:07 p.m., within mere seconds of his entry, neighbors said they heard the gunshots from the home. Now, when you look and analyze the physical, the forensic, and the medical evidence altogether, it shows you what happened. So as shown in this slide, which I already had up, Matthew took over a little 30 seconds to stop. He left his hazard lights on when he got out. He carefully parked over the cardboard, took a few moments, whatever time he needed, and then proceeded inside. He walked to the front door and entered the home as he was told to. Remember, the door is always unlocked. The screen had been removed. And he took off his sandals right inside the front door as a good guest does. And then we can see from the Faro scan that immediately or within seconds of Matt's entry, Kevin began shooting. Matthew tried to flee down that hallway to the left. That makes sense because the evidence shows Kevin must have been standing to his right based off bullet casings, bullet trajectory, and all the other scene evidence put together, not any one individual thing. Now, unfortunately, Matthew didn't make it far. You can see with the black redacted box where Matthew fell after being shot in the chest, the side, the wrist, and the back 3 times while he moved away from the door towards the hall, landing that 10 or 15 feet from where he left his sandals. Now we're going to come back to that aspect in a moment and where Matthew fell. But for now, just remember what the crime scene expert, he pointed out where Kevin would have been based off the totality of the circumstances. Casings, the bullets, the trajectories, and all that. And from his testimony, you may reasonably infer that this was an ambush. 10:06, you saw it on the video, 30 seconds, more time to get to the door, 10:07 shots fired. There wouldn't have been enough time for Kevin to run around to that garage and get that gun from the safe. There would not have been enough time for Matthew to walk around as was described in some of the testimony. It was immediate or near immediate ambush. And that's the result. At 10:08 p.m., the neighbors who had heard the shots texted Tracey and asked if they were okay. At 10:09, no response. They called 911. Now, around this time, Kate, who had stayed upstairs with the kids, overheard Kevin say something to the effect to be careful because he, being Matthew, might still be moving. Interestingly enough, that's one of the few things that Kate said that didn't have some form of independent or external corroboration until Tracey took the witness stand and said the same thing. So at least that part was true from her testimony. Tracey did not call 911 until more than 8 minutes after the shooting, 6 minutes after the neighbor had called. And by that time, police had already been dispatched and arrived 2 minutes into Tracey's call. Notice when they arrived, the lights were still off. No one in this 8 minutes turned on the lights. They were expecting him. They didn't have the lights on awaiting him. Like I said, it was a bad cover-up to a bad conspiracy. We'll come back to that. In that 911 call, Tracey described Matt as armed with a knife, even though when she testified yesterday, she couldn't remember seeing the knife. To police who arrived, Kevin's first words were, "That guy had a knife and I was tripping." These statements were not true. Matthew was not armed. He was not an intruder. Remember, he was invited. He was expected. He'd been tracked. The cardboard was out. He's given the gate code, specifically told to come in. Walk right in because Tracey would be asleep. But she wasn't. And he did to his death. This brings us to the cover-up, the obstruction, perhaps a better way to put that. First, there's the knife. Okay. As known on the 911 call, Tracey said Matthew had a knife. And then when police arrived, Kevin claimed Matthew had the knife. At the police station, Kevin reiterated Matthew had a knife. Tracey said the same thing at her interview at the police station. Hours later to the neighbor, Tracey also said Matthew had a knife. That's the story. A knife, as you can see, was found in Matthew's hand, but that knife was planted. There are numerous pieces of physical and forensic evidence that show this to be the case. Let's start with the photo, just to start with common sense. Does that look like that knife in these conditions was planted? Or that he'd been holding it all along? Now, as you consider that, Consider this evidence. That knife is in the wrong hand. Matthew was left-handed. That knife is in his right hand. Second, the knife is in the backward, in the wrong position. It's backwards in the wrong hand. So the blade is facing inward, and the spine of the knife is facing the fingers, with the finger grip facing the palm. Can I get that, please? So what I have here is not the actual knife. The actual knife is in that exhibit box. Remember, we showed it to you. You maybe saw the zip ties. So this evidence had DNA testing. You can't touch that. You can see it if you'd like. So we have brought in a demonstrative. This is you could call it a replica if you want. You could call it a facsimile. It's just another copy of that knife. You can see what it is, tactical knife. You can see back here the spine. You can see right here the finger grip. And you can see how someone would naturally hold this knife if they were going to use it. But you can also see from that photo, that's not how the knife is being held in his hand. It's being held 180 degrees backwards as it was planted in his hand. Consider the blood evidence that was discussed. There was the discussion of the blood pooling and the patterns. To be honest, the photos are somewhat graphic, and I'm not going to show all of them. You have all the ones that were admitted into evidence, and you can review it for yourself, but you can see enough here. There's blood pooling near his shoulder. There's no blood pooling under the arm, where that gunshot wound is. Blood is everywhere else, but where the arm and the wound is. And that tells you that arm had been moved. Then there's the medical evidence. Matthew had been shot through his arm near the wrist. We had a discussion where the gunshot wound perforated the skin, the tissue, the ulna bone, and the flexor muscles. Do you really think Matthew would still be holding that knife after being shot 7 times, 1 time in the wrist, running down that hallway away from Kevin, and falling face first on the ground? And fifth, we know that the knife belonged to Tracey. I've reiterated this, and I'll keep reiterating it. Believe Kate to the extent you can corroborate Kate. Okay? Now, Kate did testify. This is Tracey's knife. She told you where it was hidden in the laundry room. She told you that she saw it beforehand. And how can we corroborate this? Well, we know it's an unusual knife. The detective discussed local stores don't sell this. We saw where Tracey gained access to it. Her friend Amy's husband, Pierre, had passed away, but he'd been getting these tactical mystery boxes from My Tactical Promo. And that Tracey, by being in the home multiple times, taking care of her friend Amy, had access to it. We learned in testimony that Tracey's not above taking things from Amy. We talked about the titles, right? So she had access, and she does that in another circumstance. So you can infer that she did it in this circumstance. And we know from the Facebook posting by mytacticalpromo.com that it is that knife. And then there's the DNA evidence, where, there's a lot you can say about DNA, but what you can say is there's very strong support that the DNA on the knife belonged to Matthew and Catherine, or Matthew and Kevin, and Matthew or Tracey. Point of that is you may not know which of the Grist family members planted that knife based solely off the DNA, but you know it wasn't handled only by Matthew. And you know someone in that home put it in there. Okay. You also heard the expert's opinion that it was planted, right? Consider that for what it's worth. But you already know it from your common sense, from these factors that we just went over. That Matthew was not holding that knife when he was shot, and he was not holding that knife until Tracey and Kevin put it in his hands. At this point, I want to review a few of the instructions with you. I'm not going to put these on the slide. You're free to follow along. You have a copy of these. If you want to make notes, you can. You certainly don't have to. And I want to be certain of this, that you follow the exact language in these instructions. I'm just going to walk through a few of them, and we're going to start with inferring intent, right? Tracey left a lot of digital evidence that tells you what her intent is, but you still have to infer a little bit. And you have to infer a little bit about everybody else in the family and what their intent and motivation was. And that's what this instruction tells you can do. You seldom have direct statements, so you use the statements that you have, use the conduct that you have, the circumstances you have to see what the intent is. And then on instruction 30, we have the party liability, the party to the offense instruction that we went over earlier. And we already discussed this, that Tracey is guilty if she directly did any of these crimes, and Tracey is guilty if she intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly solicited it, requested it, commanded it, or encouraged another person to commit the charged offense, or she intentionally aided another person to commit the charged offense. Okay, so with that in mind, let's look at the actual crimes. The instruction 31 is the murder instruction. Tracey Grist as a party to the offense. Let's just focus in on intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Matthew Restelli. If you want to look at B, you want to look at C, you're certainly free to. There's various theories. You could look at this evidence and decide that it was a depraved indifferent circumstance. But the theory the state has told you today, the theory that the evidence most closely tracks, is that Tracey Marie Grist intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Matthew Restelli by agreeing with Kevin to have it happen, by agreeing with Kate to have it happen, by soliciting or requesting Kevin to do it, or maybe she just encouraged Kevin to do it. Really, the evidence shows she did all three. She certainly aided by aiding in the ruses of Kate, that she gave Kate to pass to Matt, by helping convince Matt.
Real quick, Hannah, Amy is the friend of, was Tracey's friend. That is also allegedly where she got that tactical knife that was planted on Matt, and where she was also kind of possibly planning to unknowingly. Amy was in the process of transitioning, so I don't believe that Amy was aware of anything, but she was handling a lot of things for Amy. Amy's deceased husband had a subscription to a tactical knife kind of company. And so they believe that she used her proximity to Amy and helping Amy with her estate and getting prepared to move into a assisted living home and all of that. She used all of her helping her friend as means to an opportunity to take that knife and conjure up some mess, add to the conspiracy, basically.
To come into the home to be ambushed by Kevin. Then we look at instruction 34, conspiracy. The only one of the charges that is not a party to the offense charge. On this one, a little bit more simple in some ways. Tracey Grist intended that the murder be performed, agreed with one or more persons to engage in conduct or performance of the murder. So you could almost think of it like loosely as almost like a Russian nesting doll, right? That she conspired, but that's a lot less of a crime in a certain sense than being a party to the offense, right? She can agree that the murder happens without necessarily doing all the soliciting, all the encouraging, all the aiding, right? She just agrees with them to engage or cause it in any little bit of I should probably rephrase that slightly differently. She agreed and then took a substantial step along the way towards committing it. And the substantial step could be a little bit or far less than the party to the offense soliciting or encouraging or aiding. Then we have the obstruction of justice, back to the party of the offense. And you know, we have this, and it's a little bit lengthy, but I want you to compare that to 36 while we're doing this. So Tracey, as a party to the offense, had the intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, the apprehension or prosecution, conviction, or punishment of any person, regarding conduct constituting a criminal offense, and then did one of these three things: altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed made or presented or used anything known to be false, or provided false information. 36 makes this easy by putting that in plain language what that means. What that means is, did she plant the knife, or was she a party to the offense of planting the knife? And or did she make an untruthful statement to 911 or the police about Matthew Restelli having the knife before Kevin Ellis shot him? And then we have instructions 37 and 38. They are substantially the same. They are both the offense of commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. Count 37 represents Steele being upstairs in the bedroom when Matthew was shot. 38 represents Cheyenne being in the bedroom upstairs while Matthew was shot. And 39, instruction 39 just simply points out that no one is disputing that Matthew and Tracey were cohabitants. One more thing I may want you to look at on the obstruction charge before we move on from the instructions. That is for planting the knife or the lies. And I want you to consider on that one Tracey's conflicting stories about the knife. You can see the evidence for yourself. There's no way she didn't see the knife, but think about the conflicting stories about a related point to the knife. She told Diane that she hadn't checked the pulse. She told 911 that Kevin had checked the pulse. And then her testimony is that she had checked the neck and the wrist twice. There's no way that she leaned down to check the neck or the wrist and didn't see that knife. On the other hand, there's no way that that knife was in that hand until she and Kevin planted it. So members of the jury, we're reaching the end here. Are you firmly convinced that's the standard? Are you firmly convinced that Tracey is the reason for or cause of Matthew's death? Are you firmly convinced that she did one of these things: solicit, request, command, encourage, or aid the murder of Matthew Restelli? I want to end with the words of her co-conspirators. There were 3 persons involved in this murder: Kate, Tracey, and Kevin. Again, you, Kate, you can corroborate Kate. She came in, she testified. Bluntly, her testimony didn't go well. She clearly has issues, to put it nicely. But she gave a very specific description about the conspiracy and what was happening. She gave a very specific description of how she even asked Tracey to call it off, and Tracey said no. And you may think there's reasons to discount her because of that credibility instruction. At the same time, you also have the 3rd person in the conspiracy. And what did the 3rd person in the conspiracy say in the recorded phone call? Kevin said also that this was Tracey's idea. Kevin admits to his involvement. And Kevin says that he tried to go to Tracey and say, "Are you sure this isn't the best idea you're having? You will affect so many lives."
She ruined so many lives, and I'm worried to hurt her feelings.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you something now, a little extra.
What's that?
Oh, I asked if she was sure.
She was sure?
Mm-hmm. Because she was like, she didn't tell me anything about all this stuff that happened. And I was like, "Are you sure this is exactly what would happen?" And I'm like, she's scheming and doing all this. And she said yes. And she beat Cheyenne. That was her response. Or he beat Cheyenne.
Oh my God.
I know I wanted to hear. I'm sorry that I wanted to tell you that for so long.
No, I know. I can't even imagine.
And I
That's
feel
so
like
sad.
I still bear so much of the blame too for all this.
I'm so, and then it makes me so mad that she's caused you to have to live with this?
I mean,
Like, it's,
I could have done something different. I should have set it up, and I should have said no.
yeah. Yeah. But your mom should have never asked you that. You should have never had to say no.
The same person who planned this is the same person who baked cookies. It's the same, like,
And that's wild. Like, she's the one who made me my chocolate chip cookies without chocolate chips.
I know,
Yeah.
and blueberry muffin cake for your birthday. Fun.
But this is what she wanted to do. This is, I mean, she had it, there's consequences. She had to.
I just don't think, she just doesn't think far enough ahead. She never has. And I think she just is so used to getting away with everything, she just,
I literally warned her. I said, this will change so many lives. You won't even know how many lives it's going to change.
oh my God, you said that? That's, wow.
Yes. I said, this is a decision you can't take back. I said that to her.
Wow, Kevin.
Yeah, so there's that.
You are the voice of reason, we all wish we could have, like, seriously, that's what Rachel and I were talking about, like, the reason she didn't want to tell us is because she didn't want to hear our opinion. But you gave her the opinion that we would have given her. You,
I don't remember exactly what I said, but I know I got it across very eloquently and very efficiently. Of like, this is not the best idea you're having. Like, think about it for a second.
oh my God.
So, and then that's why I feel so much blame, because I would step up at that point and be like, you know what, no, I need to take my own advice.
Yeah.
I trusted her.
Whose idea was this? Tracey Grist. Whose ruse was it to get Matthew to come to Utah? Tracey. Who manipulated Kevin into shooting Matthew? Tracey. Who had Rachel clear the house and call Tim off? Tracey. Who had Tara Lynn help her create false texts claiming reconciliation and joy over reunion? Tracey. Whose gun was it? Tracey. Whose knife was it? Tracey. Who knew this would affect so many, many lives? Tracey. Who hated Matthew Restelli? Tracey. Who was warned? Tracey. Who can't take it back? Tracey. Whose crime was this? We ask you to find Tracey Grist guilty of murder for causing the death of Matthew Restelli by encouraging it, soliciting it, requesting it, and aiding it to happen. Guilty of conspiracy for agreeing with Kate and Kevin to end Matthew's life. Guilty of obstruction, planting the knife, and lying to police. And guilty of 2 counts of domestic violence in the presence of a child. For having Matthew killed while his 2 small children were asleep upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Faceberg.
That's a lot to digest. It's 2 hours. Included words like she's not leaving on a jet plane as sure as the day goes long. This isn't a joke. This isn't an opportunity to write a novel. This isn't a benefit to come up with great little catchy phrases. This is about a man who came up from California to be with his family, and now he is dead. It is nothing to belittle, take light of. It is a serious matter and a serious allegation and a serious and devastating loss. When you listen to the phone calls between Kate and Matt on the day, July 12th, they're just happy, you know? Hey, how you doing? I passed the water park. They're just happy. You can tell, at least I can, that he's happy to be getting this over with. What? Of the separation between him and his kids and his babies and, 3 weeks of probably, in his eyes, hell, even though he had to sort of endure it alone because his wife took his kids. But there's a lot to this story that the state has produced with their big team of people and their big stuff that they have. That certainly is intimidating to anyone faced with these things. And when you look at all the red in that little figure that was presented to you, the graphing, it's because they produced it. It didn't account for all the other text and all the other stuff. It just, they produced the red. They produced it. They present it. They intimidate with it. Law enforcement intimidates with it to try and prove their case as well. And it's intimidating. It's intimidating what could happen when you enter a plea, what could happen when you resolve a case, when they present, you have no choice. Well, today we had a choice. And the choice is to plead not guilty, that I wasn't part of a conspiracy, that there was just a tragic thing that happened. And did it happen? Yeah, it happened. In my opening statements, I said that the state had a narrative, and Kate was required to follow that narrative. And Kate came here and testified about a big plan. And I referred to it as a messy plan. I was mocked for saying that, frankly. This is a crazy plan. This is ridiculous. This is a plan where they had an idea back in January or February to murder Matt because he doesn't want to go to Disneyland, or in May to murder Matt because he said that Tracey told Kate that she used the smoking camper too much, or that Kate said, or Tracey said to Matt, I want the kids to come for the summer California, and he got mad about that. The reality is, and I think the truth is, and that's what you're here to really weigh out, this has been a volatile family regarding Matt and Kate for a long, long time. Not just a year, not just since 2024, but 23, 22, 21, 19, 18, 17. I mean, these have been volatile about the relationship for a long, long time. It was known to all the family members, every single one. Tim referred to himself as a peacemaker or a peacekeeper. Why do you have to be one unless there's not peace, right? Do you have a family peacekeeper? I guess we sort of do in my family, but we really don't have this kind of need to keep peace. I'm a grandpa. I got grandkids. I got in-law kids. I love my grandkids. I love them all. It's great. But the truth is, sometimes I need to tread a little lightly with some of the things I say to my kids. Sometimes I need to tread a little lightly with some of the things I say to my in-law kids. Sometimes I need to tread a little lightly with my little guy who's my little grandson, just because I want to make sure we continue to have a good relationship. So I love them. And I know all of you know that to be true. You just sometimes have to tread lightly. Sometimes, believe it or not, my kids don't follow my advice. no matter how logical I am. And believe me, I think I'm very logical. But they just don't, because they think they're smart, or they think they have better knowledge about something. Sometimes it's really important. Sometimes it's, hey, you need to maybe treat your wife a little bit better. Yeah, those conversations actually occur in my family. They occur between my wife and me too. So, it's an ongoing process of trying to get things better. But that doesn't lead to some huge conspiracy about murder when nothing said today talks about the fact that the killer is Kevin. Kevin killed a guy. He shot a guy 7 times. And that officer's testimony, that expert, he talked about how he's trained that you have to unload till the object is not moving. They're trained that because this inclination is not to do that. The inclination is just to shoot. But we never heard anything about Kevin being high on cocaine today. We never heard about Kevin being out of his mind on the impairment of a controlled substance, because that doesn't matter. That's not really a fact. That's not a fact to be considered, I guess. It's a consideration for me because it makes me think that that guy's not thinking right, that guy is not thinking properly, that guy's impaired. Cocaine is a big drug. It's a big drug. Not discussed. Doesn't matter.
So by saying that he needs to or can't, that the officer himself was trained to empty the clip until the threat was gone, is he trying to say that, are you really trying to say that Kevin is having a situation of self-defense? That can't be. And Kevin was convicted of something else. Is he crazy? Hannah, we're not going to blame that on any barber. He's cutting his own hair. Look how the side of that is going up like when a kid try to write on paper without lines.
I'd like to pull out, and I'm not sure where this audio is, and maybe Faye could help, but I'd like the exhibit of Kate at the police station. And the reason I would like to pull up this exhibit is because we know what Kate did in furtherance of this plan. She had it all planned out. Indeed, she had until February to plan it out. She was ready to murder him because of the Disney fight, and she was ready to come up with all these ideas. And she included Rachel in that because Rachel, the poor little girl who got, cross-examined, direct examined by prosecution, they're being basically accused of wanting to shoot Matt too. And Tara Lynn. And all the family knows that the real plan is to kill Matt. And the best plan they have is we're just going to kill Matt. Even though we have all this time to prep for it and all this time to prepare for it, we're just going to kill Matt. Nothing else? Well, I'll tell you, I watch enough shows where I could come up with a plan a little bit better than what we see Tracey provide the police when she goes to the police station. Do we have that up? Do you have that up? Tracey at the police station. Did I say Kate? My client, Tracey at the police station. As you might remember, Tracey was on the front yard. She was talking to law enforcement a little bit. She had her phone in her hand. She testified that she called a police officer. That's probably not true because everything Tracey says is a lie. Tracey probably didn't call the lawyer because everything she says is a lie. However, the lawyer appeared when she wasn't allowed to use the phone any further. So maybe it was true what Tracey was saying, right? She did call the lawyer and the lawyer came. If we can hit play.
What is he trying to? Y'all, he has me so confused.
These are unrefuted facts that you cannot challenge.
My supervisor did tell me just for the meantime, did want us to take your phone just for right now.
They took her phone.
So we'll get it back once we're done. If you need to make a phone call, so we'll give it to you. So I know that you had mentioned that you may want to talk to a lawyer friend that you have. So just you're interested. Doesn't mean you're in trouble.
We can pause it right there. Now, this is part of the plan. This is the great plan between Kate, and Kevin, and Tracey. Right here is part of their plan. You can hit play.
So you have the right to remain silent, you can say you can or use against your court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present while you be questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can at any time exercise these rights and not have or not answering questions or making statements. Do you understand these rights? Having these rights in mind, do you still want to talk to me? Do you still want to have that lawyer present when you talk to me? Okay, sounds good. So what exactly were you there for?
It's my house.
It's your house? Your daughter was just visiting, staying. Or was you planning on staying the night or? Mm-hmm. Oh, gotcha. So she's visiting from California. Okay. And was she there with her husband? No? Okay. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. And she brought her 2 kids with her? And they just have those 2 kids? Okay.
There's no paperwork or anything. She just came
Gotcha. Gotcha. Did you go pick her up or did she fly here or drive herself? Or?
She rented a car.
Rented a car. Gotcha. And was that his truck outside of your house? Both of theirs? Gotcha. Yeah, and when I say his, hers, yeah, that's, thank you for clarifying that. That's both theirs, but so what kind of problems were they having? Do you know? You don't know? Okay.
We can pause that. I've heard Kate talk about this relationship with Matt. I've seen the video of the wet tortillas. I've heard about Disney. I've heard about the smoke trailer. I've heard about, I couldn't even answer what their relationship is like. So when Tracey is answering that, I would imagine she's thinking, hey man, there's so many things here. They just don't get along. She came up here, they just don't get along. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's different. Maybe it's the plan to say they aren't having a problem. And really he just came as a mysterious man at night, had a knife, we shot him. We can use common sense on that. We can hit play.
I don't know.
And that's okay. If you don't know, right? So,
I mean, I have an idea, but it's so nebulous, so I don't know.
gotcha. Well, sometimes little details for us kind of paint the picture and whatever that exactly happened, right? So that's why I ask. When did he get here to Utah? Do you know?
I think about a little bit after 10.
A little bit after 10. Okay. And did he call beforehand? Did he text? Did she know he was on his way?
She knew he was coming, and she was going to talk with him. And I was in the kitchen, and next thing I know, he was in the kitchen. It's like, hey, well, hi.
Do you know if they had a conversation before? Or?
I have no idea.
Okay. Can I walk through me what was happening when you were in the kitchen? He showed up. No, what happened?
I was in the kitchen, and I was sitting on the counter because I could do that and sit in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And he said hi, and then he walked into the other room, but he was
What do you mean by he was acting
He was
different?
just, how agitated. I would say agitated.
What happened after that, after he walked away?
He walked away. He said, "Is Katie upstairs?" And I said, "Yeah, she'll come down." That's the last. I heard gunshots. No more gunshots now. They already been really fired. Separating something.
Okay. And what were you doing when you heard the gunshots?
Just sitting on the counter.
Just in the same spot when you walked in?
Yeah.
Well, what did you do after you heard the gunshots?
I ran into the bottom of the stairs to go check on my daughter. I thought something might happen to my daughter.
Gotcha. And what did you see when you went down the stairs?
On the ground, laying down, face down.
And then what happened?
I called 911.
What was your daughter doing at all when you came downstairs?
When I came down, what?
Yeah, when you came
I
down
went
the stairs.
upstairs.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I misunderstood. Do you know who this is? Oh, gotcha.
Hey, talk to Kevin. Kevin. So could you take him to Kevin, please?
There you go. Is that the guy that you were talking about? Oh, perfect. There you go. He's here. Do you want him present?
No.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I thought you had said that you was downstairs. Gotcha. So you went upstairs to see you when you heard the gunshots. My apologies, I misunderstood you.
No, everything happened on the main floor. As I left you in the hallway. And then I went upstairs. And I just said, "Stay here, don't come downstairs." I went downstairs.
And that was to?
My daughter Katie. Okay. Because I didn't want her to see.
Okay, I'm gonna just, because obviously I was confused somewhere, so I'm just gonna back up a little bit. Kind of run me through you sitting on the counter in your kitchen, hearing the gunshots, and then what happened after that?
I went and looked in the hallway. Or I went to the bottom of the stairs, and that's the hallway. I don't know what else happened.
So after you went to the bottom of the stairs, then you went upstairs and
Yeah.
with your daughter?
She said, "What happened?" I said, "Just stay here. Just don't come downstairs, please. Don't come downstairs. Please don't come downstairs." I don't run downstairs.
Whispering, man.
And then what happened?
I know I called that someone. They asked if I had to see her, and I was just looking at him on the ground. And then the door opened. Because I think the neighbor upstairs, Caitlin, heard a noise because she asked me if I was okay. So when I went to call, she said, "Is everything okay?"
What be fine you mentioned that, but I heard Caitlin and I didn't want to get confused. Where were Caitlin's kids at when this happened? Sleeping. Okay. And that's in the upstairs level? Where was Kevin at when this was going on? Well, thank you for kind of letting me know on your side of things what was going on. So I'll step out, and if we have more questions for you, I'll let you know. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
It's 11:42 that night. Shooting taking place 10 after 10, something like that. If we can play the next video.
Thanks. Sure. You can have that seat. Okay, Tracy, I just wanted to kind of give some time to think out. You were saying a lot of I don't knows and stuff like that, but is anything else that come to your mind right now? No? Not at all? Okay.
I am so shocked. Do his parents know? Did someone call his parents?
I assume someone has at this point. I've only been here with you, to be honest, so all that information I don't even know myself. The only information I know is kind of what you've told me, and that's about it. So.
Or is Katie here too?
I believe she is, and with her kids came with her, yeah, so they're not alone by themselves.
Where's Rory?
We're over to Rachel's house.
In Ogden? Okay.
I don't know. Is that another kid?
Rory's my daughter,
Yeah,
Rachel's
just
my
daughter.
other daughter.
Gotcha. So just to be like candid, I kind of feel like you do know a little bit more than you're letting on.
Nope.
Yeah.
It was, he appeared
And
when I was in the kitchen. And
I guess I'm
asked,
more talking about with kind of stuff with Kevin.
with Kevin? Nope.
Not at all.
No idea where he was. No.
Okay. Okay. Well, again, honesty it's the best policy.
I'm telling you, I almost know nothing.
Okay.
She schools me on being honest.
Well, good. We always need someone looking after each other, right? To be honest and forthright, right? So, and again, that's just kind of the vibe that I'm getting. So.
And I've told her
Mm-hmm.
that the most important thing is to be honest and truthful, and we can decline to answer if we want to, and she will do that. But she's not, so far as I know, withholding anything.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I just wanted to come in here and see if you did remember me, because again, like I said, I know you were saying like a lot of I don't knows, and so I just wanted to see if you remembered anything else and talk me with a little bit, but nothing comes to mind at all.
I interacted with Matt for like maybe 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see Kevin. And Matt went around the corner, and by the time I don't even know, I didn't see anything. All I heard was noise.
What were the noises that you were hearing?
The shots.
That was the only
Yeah.
noises. There was no conversation, no confrontation at all.
Not that I heard.
Gotcha.
Have you been to the house? Do you know the layout?
I haven't, so.
This is the plan. 3 months in the making. This is the plan. For Tracy to say, he came in the house, said, "Where's Kate?" And then I don't hear anything, no confrontation, no arguing, and then gunshots. That's the plan. That's ridiculous. if you have a plan, you're gonna have some kind of plan, aren't you? I mean, just previous, it's now 1:47 in the morning on this video. Kevin had already said he had a knife and I shot him. My client said there's not even an argument. I heard nothing like that. Just where is she? And so we can pull that down. And so now we have to go into the delving of other things that the state is presenting, the government is presenting to be these reasons, sort of like leaving on a jet plane. We're just going to pull it out from other lyrics and come up with ideas. Like number one, the reason that we're coming to have Matt murdered is because of this terrible custody fight. Well, there was no custody fight. The only thing about custody in this whole case is a telephone conversation that Kate had with a lawyer who said, hey, if you're in California and then you go to another state, he can file some paperwork to have you come back if you don't agree on it. And then proceed forward in a divorce case. Tracey has been divorced 4 times, has custody, has shared time. The kids have said, I saw my dad every other weekend. The sisters didn't come as much, but I did with my brother. That sounds like something I hear all over the place. But because of some big custody fight, there wasn't a custody fight. There was going to be. Let's not confuse ourselves, right? There's going to be a custody fight. I don't think they're going to last in this marriage, to be honest. If Kate and him drove back to California, maybe they'd give it a try. But I honestly think, personally me, her substance use, smoking weed all the time, being high all the time, Matt's trying to get off alcohol and Buddy's alcohol problem, it's just such a volatile relationship. I just don't see it lasting if this horrible experience didn't happen. Just don't see it lasting. I see obviously a divorce coming on the horizon. I also think that's the reason they have a storage unit, that she had stuff that she left in California, knowing that at one point California is going to have to be a home plate somewhere in relation to the divorce of the kids. So some ruse of this being a big custody fight, it's not a big custody fight. Frankly, we all know where most kids go in custody fights anyway, don't we? Goes with mom. Dads get the weekends and holidays. Matt's not working. Mom's working for an Airbnb sort of as a side hustle job.
No, you don't get to say mom's work.
The divorce just isn't
Oh, no.
a custody fight. It's the preliminary. You know what you have when you do a divorce? You have a conversation to talk about the stuff and the kids. That's what you do. The real estate, the TVs, if you care, the DVRs, if you care, and anything of value, if you care. And then the personal things. You always talk about those.
I don't know if I'm about to say this. There you go. Come on, Amanda. This is horrible. Why would you ever get up here and say that all this was a conversation? Don't that make your dang on client look even worse? All she had to do was have a conversation. Instead, she orchestrated this shit. And you keep saying she's been married this many times. She's been divorced this many times. So it just looks like she's telling her kids, you don't want to go through what I went through. You might as well just get rid of his ass.
Because there are some things that are personal.
You don't look good. What are you doing?
Mom's ring and my dad's ring and those things. But the big plan, this is it. My client is referred to as the hub, right? And the kids are the spokes. And she's the conspirator trying to get all of them to be included. I don't think that's what you heard at all. We heard in the closing that they had time to stage the scene. Well, that's a pretty terrible staging of the scene to say that no one's arguing, no one's fighting, and all we have is gunshots. And the question was the final straw in the battle between Mom and Matt, Mom being Tracey. They had a Disney battle because Matt, and the exhibit's there for you to see, Matt was going to decline the Disney trip, and because he declined the Disney trip, the 2 little kids aren't coming either. Well, Guess what? They went to Disney and they had a fun time. And it was a good time. Oh, there was an incident that Tara Lynn saw where Matt was abusive towards his kids. But over the time of the Disney, everyone had testified it was good. Everyone got along. Now, before that, Matt was very angry at Tracey. And he didn't want to go to Disneyland. And then later, in May, Matt and Tracey got into it again. As Tracey testifies, she testifies that I talked to Matt about coming to Utah with Kate and the kids. Matt did not like that idea. We needed the money to stay in California. Kate needed to work. I guess Matt was trying to work. I don't know. It just seemed like that volatile relationship, right? And then the text where Kate says, hey, Matt said it's okay if you come here. So the scenario of that is all pretty simple. Tracey had a friend, Amy.
The crazy part about those goldfish crumbs is like, do you want them to sleep in them or walk on them? Either way, they was going to be in the crumbs, because Tara Lynn sweeping them things off into the floor is still crazy to me. So you don't want them to lay in them, but everybody can walk in them, you nasty dog.
Whose husband died. She was an invalid in a lot of ways. All of her kids knew this person. She'd known him for 38 years. Tara Lynn had been there. Kate had been there. People had been there to Amy's house. And my client flew in. On the way to flying in, and you look at the text, look at the times. I'm getting on the plane early in the morning. A little bit later, after she said, I'm getting on the plane, Kate texts, Matt said, it's okay, you can come over to the house. And my client spent the night at the house. So this, once again, plan of, Disney, she wants to kill him and strangle him. And then in April or May, she goes and spends the night at the house. He spends time with Matt. This relationship, torn apart a little bit, patched up a little bit, sounds like family, doesn't it? And it happens. It doesn't resort to a murder. But it happens. And so Matt said, yeah, come to the house. And so she did. She spent time at the house, then had the conversation with him. And then he accused Kate. Let me get this right. He was mad because there was a conversation about Kate spending too much time in the smoke truck, in the smoke camp. And Tracey says, he's lying. That's not what I talked to him about. I talked to him about going to Utah, which is probably not what Matt wanted Kate to hear. So he had to give a reason why he's ticked off at Tracey. But is that surprising? I mean, if you think about Rachel had said, we'd always had a confrontational family life between Matt and Kate and us. Tara Lynn, the same thing. We've always had a confrontational family life with Matt and Kate and us. Even Tim, I had to be the peacemaker because Matt and Kate and us. It's a common theme. Everyone knew. It was just a hard marriage. And that video that we showed of those two just battling about the stupidest thing. It was very normal for them. And the whole family knew. But they got over it. Indeed, they got over it enough that they're going to go to Las Vegas, Matt and Kate, go with Diane, Matt's mom, and spend some time in Vegas, but then that got canceled. And it got canceled because they just weren't getting along. And Diane probably just didn't want to be around that volatile relationship. And frankly, it seemed obvious Kate was ready to call it. Kate was ready to go. Shortly thereafter, Kate did go. And that was a big plan. It was a big plan. It was a plan to go and murder him. No, it wasn't. It was a plan for Kate to go and talk about, how am I going to get this divorce thing figured out? Indeed, in June, after Kate got there, you saw a text today where my client sent to Tara, can you talk to her about talking to a lawyer? I think the day was June 29th. He's talked to her about talking to a lawyer, what she should say to a lawyer. I think the reality is, I'm not going to trust Tracey to have much conversation with the lawyer, to be honest. She's so sweet. She's high all the time. She's volatile. She's all over the place. You saw her in the stand. To have a much more demeanor about herself, to be able to handle a good conversation. So is it uncommon when these guys talk every day anyway to say, hey, you talk to her about having a lawyer? Yet that gets construed so that the narrative of the prosecution can imply is a big plan.
On now with
You can follow that narrative to make sure the narrative is followed. And the narrative is followed so much to the point that it becomes unbearable. Unbearable for Kate.
That to be the only thing.
She realizes with all this narrative and all these things backed into a big web where all these colors are pointing to her.
I think the property might
just imagine when it's pointing to Kate, all the colors in this spreadsheet are all red. Look, Kate, you. Look, Kate, you. Look, Kate, you. You're red, you're red, you're red, you're red. Look what you did. And Kate needed to make a deal because she was afraid of this big environment coming after her. With all of these prosecutors and all of their equipment at their disposal. Sometimes it just gets overwhelming and you need to cut your loss. And Kate did. I had a blow-up moment in this trial where I couldn't believe Kate was saying the amount of sentencing time she was saying. We can pull up the matrix, which I think is defense exhibit number 2 at the matrix. Three. So I lost my stuff for a minute and I had to ask for a break and I had to leave the room. I had to go get my stuff so that I could really, honestly, help Kate be honest. Because at the bottom of this box, it shows 108 months. If you could show the bottom of that box. Her life, she wouldn't agree to that. No, it's not 108 months. It's for life. If you look on the left side, aggravated murder, 300 months, category 1. First degree murder, 240 months. We all know what Kate was charged with. She was charged with first degree murder, and she ended a deal of second degree murder. 10 years off of her sentence. But there was a caveat. And the caveat for her to get 10 years, because Kate's 40, for her to get 10 years, is she had to tell the truth to the prosecution. That was a caveat. She had to tell their story. And so as part of that, she came up with her proffer of evidence letter. And that's an exhibit 2. In that proffer of evidence, she talks about never talked to Kevin, never did this, never did that, but yet we had a plan. It was just nonsense. Indeed, not only did she have to have a proffer, which her attorney provided for her, but she also had to give an interview. And when she gave the interview, it didn't go well. And the reason it didn't go well is because police told her, you need to be honest. And I asked her that. But you had to do something with the plan for him to come to the house. Right. So you knew that, correct? Yes. I want to hear it. Yes. Boy. I made sure he would come inside the house. Yes. That part of the plan? Yes. So even in every interview where she's there to tell the truth and give justice for Matt, give justice for her kids, the officer says, I want to hear it. Why do you want to hear it if she's saying it? It's because she's making up whatever plan you're telling her to make up. And she'll agree with it because she wants the 108 months. She doesn't want the 240 months. She's willing to do that. It's unrefuted evidence that she said that the officer said that. I want to hear it. And then, of course,
And ain't that
at the end, it said, the plan isn't on, right? It's the officer. And she says, I feel like it was 50. She was just going to say what she needed to say. She felt overwhelmed by what was against her.
What is
By
going
a team
on?
of lawyers, by a team of law enforcement, by texts. She was overwhelmed with it. And she had to take the deal. She wanted to get out of, she did 108 months. Well, she declined it for a time. We took the break, came back, and I said, didn't you say that you were getting this deal for 108 months? And she talked about, well, I'm in prison now and things are different now. Get it and figured out. These jury instructions I've seen many, many times in my career because they're sort of standard. They're standard in a lot of ways according to the case. Some are case specific, like what is the charge. Most of these instructions are over years and centuries of instructions to juries to get refined to what we have before us here. Some of these instructions I would ask that you look at with close attention. Number is the reasonable instruction. Just for a very quick, I know what's going on, evidence. Evidence has to be decided on a certain standard. And there's many different standards depending on the kind of case you have. A lot of people don't really realize this, but being a lawyer, I went to school. Criminal cases is required to be beyond a reasonable doubt. America with TVs, we've heard of that many, many times. But there are many cases that do not require reasonable doubt. But we want a level of proof possible to ensure justice is served. We don't get it as a community, as a form of giving. But there are other cases. And so going down the tier is usually, you have to have clear and convincing evidence if you want to have kids be, but to have the kids be taken away in shelter and provided foster care at the time. Unreasonable doubt, but you need clear and convincing evidence. And if you get in a car accident, you break your leg, sue the guy appropriately, you have to prove by preponderance of the evidence. And preponderance is sort of like a little bit more than 50%, you know. Just need to prove your case better than they prove their case. And then if you want, if you have some other law enforcement things like a search warrants or things like that, you need probable cause. It's less than preponderance, it's less than clear and convincing, and it's all less than the highest standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. In this, it says, the second sentence, it says, there are very few things in the world that we know with absolute certainty. I was wondering about that. You know, I know the lights are on. I know my car's out there. But this instruction says we know very little things, very few things with certainty. Okay. In a criminal case, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. Then at the very end, it says, on the other hand, instruction 10, if there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt.
What's the possibility?
And that's reasonable. Doubt.
Please.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. If there is a possibility, it must to be defended. Instruction 8 is about witness credibility. Witness credibility is a common witness instruction or jury instruction that most people are not aware of. Summary, it's as a jury to decide a witness's credibility, whether they're believable or not believable. It's not your job, it's not the judge's job, it's not anyone's job but you, and that's our job. In this instruction, it does say that someone has lied. And this is the last paragraph, second last paragraph. You may believe and disbelieve the rest. I have a confrontational relationship with Matt, but sometimes it's not. I love my kids, and Matt's part of the family. We all got a t-shirt. And the truth is that we do have confrontations. And the truth is, yeah, I said, I want to strangle him. He's going to cancel the Disney trip. And then I want to kill him for lying about saying that I'm mad about her being in the pot house or the pot camp or whatever it's called. See, I never said that. I said to him that, hey, be good if Kate came to Utah in the summer and spent some time with the grandkids and the other cousins, which he did not like. I could go on and on about the lies that Kate provided in not only her testimony with us, but also her testimony in the other case and also her interview testimony with the officers on June 16th. We go on and on about that.
Please.
I think it's very clear that her just testimony was filled with fear, non-truth, defeated her own alleged purpose for coming forward of truth and justice, and really falls in the face of fear that she's going to spend a lot more time in prison.
Enough already.
Instruction 13 is mental state.
Unfortunately,
in the third paragraph, it says, for each offense, the law defines what kind of mental state, intentional and knowingly. And in this case, that's required as well. Really close, sorry. In instruction 28, it's titled Mental States Defined. And this gives really some good instruction. A person acts intentionally when they engage in certain conduct or causes a certain result. Well, I know someone who engaged in certain conduct, and it was Kevin Ellis. Kevin Ellis grabbed a gun and he shot an unarmed man that he said had a knife. And he shot him 7 times. And it caused the result of his death. A person acts knowingly if he is aware of the conduct, aware of the particular surroundings, aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause a result. My client testified, to be truthful to you, that she was not aware of that conduct, that she was not aware Kevin was intending to get a gun and kill Matt. Indeed, she was hoping that Kate would be coming down soon to greet Matt because she wasn't exactly sure when he was getting there, but he was going to be there soon. And the inference of that intent.
She knew Kevin was crazy. She knew it. She knew he was crazy.
The elements of the crime are then provided in instructions.
You don't end up in a situation where somebody say, hey, you picked up the telephone too much, don't ever grab a pop. That man did more than pick up that phone to that girl. And the fact that she said he had thoughts of self-deleting should have been enough to change the code. He should have never had access if he really cared about
Instruction 31.
Help out.
This is the instruction of the elements of murder. That Tracey intentionally and knowingly caused the death of Matt Restelli. It is surprising to me in this case how people are minimizing the actions of Kevin Ellis. He shot a man. He was high on cocaine. He made lies. And it seems to be minimized in this. In fact, I'll get to that in a minute. Instruction 34 is conspiracy. Conspiracy is if Tracey Grist intended that conduct constituting the crime of murder be performed and agreed with one or more persons to engage in the cause of performance of conduct. The state would have you believe that this is a long time plan. This is a long time plan for certain decided well before July 12th, well before July 11th, and that the whole plan on Kate coming to Utah was to murder Matt. That is not what the unrefuted facts show. Indeed, if that were, this is the messiest murder I can think of, murder plan, where my client says, no, he didn't have anything. I didn't even hear a fight. When I saw him, he didn't have a knife in his hand. When I saw him later when he was dead, I didn't.
Here's the other part to that. If you didn't know that a popping was going to take place and you just sitting in your kitchen at 10 o'clock at night and somebody start popping and you said he made you feel uneasy, you were uncomfortable, he seemed agitated, he was jerky, as you called it, how'd you know who popped? If anything, I would have thought that he popped, agitated, jerky. You'd have been thinking that Matt is the one that popped. So if you couldn't safely get to the garage to get to your popper to go chase him because he finna go after your daughter, I'd have been the fuck out that damn door. Banging on Caitlin's door, call the people. So you had to know who popped to go in there and come around the corner. Because if somebody came in your house that ain't supposed to be in your house, didn't ring the door, didn't knock, they're agitated, they're jerky, they're whatever else you wanted to call them, how did you know that it wasn't Matt that popped? The story's all kind of wrong.
But one night he said, hey, I didn't see a knife in his hand. Why would she say that? Why don't you just say, yeah, he came in agitated, had a knife in his hand, he threatened. Well, the word agitated is a little interesting. I just drove 10 hours and I pull up to the front yard and my wife's there with my kids who I haven't seen in 3 weeks and she ain't there to greet me. What the heck? I'd probably be agitated if I walked into it, like, well, okay, I mean, you know I'm here. So for my client just to volunteer, just off the cuff, he seemed agitated. Didn't say angry, mad, just seemed off. She did say he didn't have a knife. Did not have a knife. That's because she's helping the plan, helping the conspiracy. And the obstruction. The obstruction that she planted the knife. Her testimony is when I first saw the body, I looked at it. I don't remember what its real visual was. I went upstairs. I knew Kevin had shot him. Kevin said he had a knife. Went upstairs. I said, Kate, don't come down, don't come down. Came downstairs, had to find my phone, called 911. There's a confusion about 911, frankly, because they used the name Caitlin. And are you Caitlin or something like that? And my client was confused on the 911 call because there's Katie and there's Caitlin and Caitlin already called. It is confusing. But on the obstruction that she planted the knife or lied to the 911 call. Her testimony was Kevin said he had a knife. She didn't say he had a knife, Kevin. No, she said he didn't have a knife. And then when she went over to where the body was, Kevin said he had a knife. And she's relaying that to 911. That all of a sudden comes up to another charge the state can charge against you, right?
Sir, you got another problem. I think you need to quit telling the story because at this point, why do we hear pops 7 and walk towards them unless we knew it was safe? She ain't never say she got down. She ain't say she never ducked. She ain't say she was under that cabinet. She ain't say she crawled down around there to see if Kevin was okay. Like, sir, this sounds crazier and crazier.
Well, there's another one. Obstruction. There's another one. Unless you follow our guidelines of a plea. Unless you agree to plead to murder, and conspiracy, and discharge of a firearm. For Kate. On the elements of murder, that you intentionally and knowingly caused the death of Matthew Restelli. And there is someone who did that. It's Kevin. And there's an audio between Kevin and Tara Lynn. And he says, I have something I need to tell you. I talked to her. And Tara Lynn is just, oh, wow, that's so hard. That's so hard on you. I don't know about you guys, but murder is the last thing in my mind. If I'm mad at someone, that's the last thing in my mind. And I don't know that I'm saying to a person who's been in jail for like almost 2 years, that's so hard for you. I think more of the question I'd be saying is, why'd you shoot him 7 times? What happened? None of that was talked about in that tape. I had the gun, he had the knife, he came at me. None of that. I was on cocaine. She doesn't even say to him, you use cocaine? When did he start using cocaine? None of that conversation was talked about. She said on the stand, I didn't know he used cocaine. Rachel said on the stand, I didn't know he used cocaine. Tracey got on the stand, I didn't know he used cocaine. No one knew he used cocaine. They're all very surprised. Kate said, I didn't know he used cocaine. I know he didn't like weed. None of that kind of conversation took place between Tara and him, but he was offering this information to her. And I suppose that he's offering this information to her for one reason. And it's something I know because I'm in this world of the criminal justice system. And that is, jail is hard. When you go to jail, you have one thing, and that is called time. You are doing time all day. When you sleep, you get to sleep. When you wake up, you're doing time. And you have these little respites while you're serving your time to have phone calls. They're all recorded. Sometimes you get letters, but it's mainly phone calls. And as you have these phone calls, you can establish relationships with people and confirm relationships with people and reestablish and make sure those relationships are positive, because frankly, those are the only positive relationships you have in prison and jail. The relationships in jail and prison are scary. It's a scary place. It's where hard people live. And to establish those relationships and to try and garner some good relationships that you can do with one another on the phone is hugely valuable. And Kevin wanted to provide his sister a continuation of that relationship so that she'd take his calls, that she'd be available, that she can just talk to him, so that he can have a reprieve from the jail and prison where he is. Because it's hard. I'm not saying it's not supposed to be hard, because it is supposed to be hard. But the truth is, it is hard. And it's hard because that's what you want. You want to lock people up so they don't have the opportunities to hurt. But he never accepts your real responsibility, except I should have said no. I should have this, I should have that. And then Tara Lynn says, that's so wild while you gave an opinion. I should have given Mom that opinion. With Rachel, we would have given our opinion. And I'm listening to this thinking, what are you talking about? An opinion about a plan to kill someone? Is that how you're talking to this guy? I mean, come on. If I'm having that conversation with anyone, whether it's my firstborn or my neighbor 16 blocks away. I'm not saying those kind of things about the idea of murder. I could have had a different opinion. A different opinion? She felt sorry for him. She felt sorry that he was convicted. She felt sorry that he's going through his hard time, because he is. Because he killed a man. Because he killed a man while he was high on cocaine. Because that's what happened. There's plenty of talk of harm. I'm going to strangle him. I'm going to kill him. I'm mad at him. Got my tortillas wet. There's plenty of talk about harm and anger and volatility. But there's no plan to kill Matt. The plan for Matt was to come and have a conversation with Kate, and she is intimidated by the whole process because her name on their spreadsheets was red, 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 red. You're going to do a lifer. And you know what? We'll give you 108. And you've already done 2. That's wrong. 108 months, you've already done 2 years. We'll give you that. But you need to give us what the plan is. And what she said, as a 50-50. That certainly doesn't seem like a plan. That seems like you just don't know until a dude on coke decides to grab a gun and kill a man. I would ask that you find Tracey Grist not guilty. The state has not proven this case. What they've done is they've created a huge web to try and create a narrative that they got some people to follow. It's just not what is the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Fisker. Can I see you and Mr. Pomeroy up here for a minute, please?
Yeah. Finally.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know we've been going 3 hours. Mr. Pomeroy just confirmed to me he's going to be under 10 minutes, and then we'll do our recess for you to start the deliberations. We will have, is it here yet? We are ordering in lunch for you, so we will have. Mr. Pomeroy, rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor, we're just putting up one exhibit and then I'll be ready.
Thank you.
He said, don't worry, this will be less than 10 minutes.
You plugged in. Make it full screen. That works. Thank you. This is Matthew Restelli. It's pretty obvious what he's doing in this photo. It's a wedding photo. This was Matthew at one of his best times in his life. Matthew was a husband, father to 3 children, son to Diane. Unfortunately, in this trial, you also saw Matthew at his worst. But what Matthew was at his worst is what earned him the nickname Old. The talkative, friendly, yet obnoxious snowman from a Disney movie. No one feared Matthew, not really. Made fun of him.
About that.
Didn't fear him enough to be that worried when he was coming up.
Can you look at that? Matt is looking down the aisle, waiting for his, standing at the altar, waiting on his killer, who has just been dressed by the mother-in-law that's going to kill him, and probably got the sisters that set him up and watched his location as bridesmaids. And the brothers there to probably give her away. And all those people that he stood up there and took his vows before God in front of, took him out. This was the worst decision of Matt's life right here in one picture. He was literally waiting on his murderer to come down the aisle.
None of the family who wasn't in the home part of the conspiracy thought to call the police. No one checked up on him after he got there for a long time. So why is it that Matthew Restelli ended up dead? Reasonable doubt is the standard you have to apply to answer that question. Thing about reasonable doubt, it's not imaginary doubt. You can't just say a whole bunch of stuff and distract from the evidence. You have to base it in the evidence. If you have doubt, it must be grounded in that evidence. But when you look at that evidence, you don't see reasonable doubt here. There's a lot talked about the plan. See, never said it was a long-term plan. There was a lot of stuff that built up to that pivotal moment when there was a plan. There was a lot of bad blood, so to speak, that built up until Kevin was willing to shoot Matthew. A lot of bad blood that built up, things that happened until Tracey had had enough of that annoyance, she called her son-in-law. It was called the messy plan. Quite frankly, looked pretty good. Utah, shoot, intruder. He had a knife. No one's home. Problem was the neighbor who called 911 too soon. Everything went haywire after that, and the plan fell apart. Not for that, we might not be sitting here today. So when we call it a messy plan, it doesn't mean it wasn't a plan. When we call it a failed plan in the cover-up sense, it doesn't mean it wasn't a plan. And it doesn't even mean that we're saying that the entire family knew about this plan. That's not at all what we've said in this case. What we've said is that everything that got shared in the family was shared among the entire family, and that Tracey knows what to say to get the reaction she wants from her children. And that's what happened here. Without Tracey, this doesn't happen. Without Tracey, Kate didn't lure Matt to Utah. Without Tracey, Kevin is not lying in wait. Without Tracey, Tim would have been there to keep the peace. Without Tracey, Rory and Jake would have been home. Without Tracey, there would have been no gun. Without Tracey, there would have been no knife. Without Tracey, Matthew Restelli is alive. And to acknowledge this does not minimize Kevin or Kate's involvement in any way. You know, you want to talk about the cocaine? Fine, we can talk about the cocaine. Isn't it a reasonable inference that Kevin did cocaine so he had the nerves to do what his mother asked him? There's a jury instruction that hasn't been looked at too much. Instruction 24. There has been evidence to suggest that persons other than the defendant may have been involved in the crime for which the defendant is on trial. Your duty in this case is to decide only whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of the defendant who is on trial. Kate pled guilty. Kevin was convicted. Your only duty to ask Tracey was tied to this murder. And Tracey was tied to this murder. The plan went to hell. The plan didn't work. And Kevin was mad at her. Exhibit 131. Please tell Kevin that if he is mad at me and doesn't want to talk to me, he doesn't have to. I'm mad at me too. The defense said this is a case about a man who came to be with his family. There's truth in that. This case is also about control. Tracey's control over her daughter, Kate. Tracey's control over her son, Kevin. And Tracey's control over her entire family. And ultimately, her control over whether Matthew Restelli lived or died.
Hmm.
The evidence in this case shows how she used that control. The law in this case tells you what that means. And your verdict should reflect both. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pomeroy. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're almost ready for you to start your deliberations. There are a few housekeeping matters I need to go over with you first off. As you all know, the jury notice that was sent out to you stated this is scheduled to be 3 weeks. It's not been 3 weeks. The attorneys tell the court how long it's going to be, and I scheduled the time for them. They were more efficient than they anticipated. But because we had a 3-week trial scheduled, it's not uncommon. In fact, it's prudent for us to select what are called alternate jurors. Indeed, about 2 months ago, I had another multi-week jury trial scheduled, and partway through that trial, we lost a juror. But for having an alternate juror, we would have had to start the trial over again. So it's very prudent to keep the case moving forward. It's a prudent use of judicial resources, which means it's a prudent use of your taxpayer resources. We selected 2 of you to be alternate jurors in this case just because of the length of the case. The 2 of you that I'm going to identify in a moment or two, your jury duty service is not over, even though they excuse you to go home, grab your belongings and go home. Because the jury is still working, there still is, although probably remote, there still is an opportunity or a chance that one of them may have an emergency at home. Say, I have 5 kids. I remember getting a call from my wife one day, and one of our children had fallen off the bicycle and broke his arm, and she was on the way to the hospital. I don't want to jinx any of you with young children, but if that were to happen, we would, of course, excuse you to go to the hospital and check out, make sure your child's doing well. And what would happen then is that we would call the next alternate juror in line to come back to the courthouse, and they would start deliberations with you so that we wouldn't have to retry the case over. So for our 2 alternate jurors, the admonition order about forming an opinion about the case, talking about the case, researching the case, using social media, that is still in play, and that order is still there until we call you when the jury has reached their decision, or if we need you to come down. Now, before you leave, I'll ask you to give to my bailiff your cell phone numbers, and we'll call you one way or another unless it's late. If it's late, we'll call you on the following morning, but we'll call and let you know what the jury's verdict was or is going to be as a courtesy to you. And once you receive that phone call, then my order to the 2 alternates, or 1 if we need to bring you in, or none if we bring you all in, will go away at that point. And then you'll have the freedom to talk about the case, do research, or just move along and not even think about the case anymore. But the 2 alternate jurors that were selected randomly, this isn't something I do or the attorneys do, it's the computer system that does it, is juror number 40, Mr. Ballard. Could you raise your hand? And juror number 41, Ms. Bitten. Could you raise your hand? So you 2 are our alternates. Please make sure that you give to my bailiff your phone numbers and with your names, of course. We'll call you if we need you, or we'll call you, as I mentioned, once we have a final verdict. Please take my order about not talking about this case seriously. And please also do not feel like your time is wasted, that you just spent 7 days doing nothing and now you're going back and wondering what that was all about. If you think about how many days we've spent and how many witnesses you've seen, and you've seen how much time and energy the attorneys have put into this, it's extremely complex and expensive proposition to try a case. If we had to do it again, it would be several months out before my calendar would accommodate this length of the trial. And because of judicial resources and taxpayer resources, we try and be efficient in that time frame. So your service was valuable, is valuable. The advantage is that you don't have to complete the jury deliberations, and more importantly, you're done for state jury selection for the next 2-3 years in Utah County. However, if you move out of the county, the clock starts all over again and you can be selected. So if you move up to Salt Lake or down to GWAB, you get that notice, you start all over again. Of course, federal court is a separate sovereign, and they can call you in regardless of your service. If you have a justice court in your city, you may be called in for that justice court. that in mind, that is the process. And so you two you can grab your belongings, say goodbye, don't talk about the case, and then give the information to my bailiff, we'll escort you out. The other 8 of you, we've got pizza, is that correct? We've got pizza ordered in. It should be here shortly if it isn't here already. You take your instructions back in with you. The attorneys and my staff will put together the exhibits. It'll take a little bit of time, but we will get those back to you. Electronic exhibits will be brought back on a neutralized laptop so you can look at those as well. That in mind, if you'll swear in our deputy, please.
It is solemnly swear that you will take charge of this jury and take them to some private and convenient place where they may deliberate upon their verdict, allowing no one to speak to them, no do so yourself, unless ordered by the court, and return them into court when they have reached the verdict. So help you God.
I did. Thank you. All right, deputy, if you'll take the jury out, please.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, counsel. Appreciate the 4 of you and how you tried the case. It's very professional. I watch as I'm listening. I hear you use your first names. It shows me how professionally you're working with each other, that you're not fighting even when you have disagreements. This would be a good case for young law students to study on how to get along and work and try a case. For instance, the state's paralegal was doing all the exhibits for Mr. Facemeyer. That just once again shows the professionalism for both teams. So thank you so much. Anything for the state we need to put on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Once again, well done. If you would, counsel, come up and meet with Faye briefly to make sure that we have all the exhibits organized and put together. Also leave with us your best cell phone number and make sure you're no more than 15, 20 minutes out. If I do have a question from the jury and you're out at your office, Mr. Facemeyer, is your office in Provo?
Freedom.
Freedom. All right. We may just call you on the phone and get permission on the record that way, or if it's more complex, we may ask you to pop in. That in mind, then, thank you so much, counsel. We'll be in recess.
All right, guys. So we are officially in verdict watch for Miss Tracey Grist. Now, in the meantime, in between time, we are going to go and pop over here. And this is from, I thought I just had it up. I could have swore I just saw it 7 months ago. So this is the sentencing for Catherine Restelli. Now, I do know I did see that when she actually testified in her brother's trial, that she might have got mixed up in her lies on cross-examination. So if we have enough time, we will, if we need to, we can take a quick lunch break. But we, I would also like to see her testimony in the brother's trial to see how it differs from this one. But by 6 p.m. your time, guilty on all counts. It's 11:30 for me, so 12:30 for them. You think it's gonna take them about 6 hours, 5.5 hours? Give them about a half hour to eat. How long y'all think it's gonna take? It's 12:30 there. All right. So 7 months ago, this was Catherine or Kate Restelli being sentenced. Oh, 2:30 there. Okay. 3 p.m. 2 hours.
All rise. The Fourth District Court of the State of Utah is now in session. Judge Roger Griffin presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. Give me a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Hear up on the case. All right, it's called the matter of State versus Restelli, case number 241101171. I apologize for the late start, ladies and gentlemen. We were waiting for an attorney that was tied up in another court hearing. And then the attorneys had some information for me in another document I needed to read. So now that I've read everything, I believe I'm ready to proceed forward. Let's go to the record. Just for the record then, Mr. Watabi, any errors, mistakes, or omissions in the pre-sentence report you need to bring to my attention? Mr. Brown, on behalf of the defense, any mistakes or errors you need to bring to my attention?
No, Your Honor.
All right, all parties ready to proceed?
Defenses?
All right, Mr. Brown,
Would you prefer us to do it at the
why don't you come up to the lectern?
Actually, Judge, I was only going to make a few brief comments, but we'll reserve the substantial portion after the state to give Ms. Restelli the last word, and I'll just preface that before she begins. Otherwise, as I mentioned, I didn't see any issues with the pre-sentence report. Aside from that,
Hold her face.
the court had received all the letters that we had submitted.
There was numerous letters. I read all the letters before I came in this morning. I went through the record again to confirm that I read everything. Actually found one that I had not, so I read that as well as this one that I received from the state this morning as well.
Okay. Aside from that, we'll just reserve.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll be doing sentencing for the state, David Brown. How would you like to proceed? I believe we have four.
However you deem it appropriate, I'm not going to tell you how to conduct your hearing. You come forward, ma'am. If you'll give me your name when you get up to the lectern, please.
My name is Cindy DeVersa. My husband is Tom DeVersa. And the Restellis have been our dear friends and neighbors for the last 35 years. Our kids grew up together, attending the same schools, graduations, weddings, and baby showers. Matt Restelli was viciously murdered in the prime of his life, taken away from his 3 beautiful children, family, and friends. Growing up, Matt was the adventurous one, constantly seeking new ways to explore the world around him through mountain biking, hiking the Saddleback Mountains behind us. His love for adventure had him in our garage frequently as he grew up, because Tom, my husband, shared the same love of adventure for motocross and the thrill of making things different. Matt wanted his mountain bikes to go faster, jump higher. He would redesign his bikes, his tractors, or trucks to be slightly different from the original. Matt shared his dreams and love for creating new projects with Tom many times, and together had fun seeing that project work out. Matt was a loving husband, good father, hard worker, self-employed, and the MacGyver of all MacGyvers. We loved Matt. We miss his garage visits, his funny stories of adventure, his genuine concern for others. He was a man with a good heart. There are no words to describe the depth and the emptiness in our hearts. Kate, you deceived everyone. You cheated, you lied, stole, prostituted yourself, neglected your kids, and the ultimate, murdered without 1 millisecond of remorse. I thought long and hard what to say to you, but not wanting to come down to your level of filth, I turned to prayer and God. Then it came to me, let God tell you how he describes evil and see how it perfectly describes you, your wicked mom and brother. In the book of Romans, it says, all have turned aside together. They have become worthless. No one does good, not even one. Their throat is an open grave. They use their tongues to deceive. The venom of snakes is under their lips. Their mouth is full of curses and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Kate, it was easier for you to kill and lie than to ask for a divorce. The Bible teaches in their paths are ruin and misery. Kate, you hurt so many people. Zero thought given to your precious, beautiful children and how they will live with the fact that their mom is a murderer.
Miss Paula? This is Kate Restelli's sentencing. And this is Matt's neighbor that had called her a harlot, a Jezebel, said she was prostituting herself. And then she went into a Bible verse.
Title forever etched in their heart. A title you will never get rid of. The Bible teaches the way of peace they have not known. In case you will never have peace in this world, that night will haunt you forever. The Bible teaches there's no fear of God before their eyes. Kate, only a fool mocks God. Today you get sentenced, and we pray for the maximum term. But whatever it becomes, know this. The ultimate judge is God, and he knows your intent, your motives, your heart, and every thought before, during, and after your hellish crime. Fear his judgment, because that is the ultimate judgment for eternity.
Thank you.
They don't care about nothing you said. You ain't even got that face on.
Sir, could you move the mic up a little bit so it's easier for us to hear you on the record? Thank you. If you give me your name.
Yes, yeah, Your Honor. My name is Thomas Paul Restelli III, and I'm Matthew Clark Restelli's brother. On July 12th, 2024, my brother Matthew Clark Restelli had his life tragically taken from him. My family and I did not know about this until the following day when Catherine's mother, Tracey, called my mom, Diane, to tell her that her son Matthew was dead. The fact that this phone call came from Tracey and not from Kate is just one of the many narcissistic behaviors that our family has witnessed for the majority of the time that she was a part of the Restelli family. Not only, Kate, were you and your mother so vague in the story, but also you were trying to paint a picture, a skewed picture of what happened that tragic evening. And you and your mother showed very little remorse to a family that has lost a father, a brother, a son, an uncle. And then now that we know that you were involved in Matthew's murder and you have pleaded guilty to your involvement, I hope that this haunts you for the rest of your miserable life. When my brother Mark called me to tell me Matthew was killed, I was at a baseball game for my son. No one should ever have to experience what I felt when I took that call. When I heard that it was his brother-in-law that pulled the trigger multiple times, I knew that something was wrong. I won't go into details of what took place that night and that led to Matthew's murder, since it was already on record with the court. But I want to paint a picture of what Matthew did prior to him driving to American Fork, Utah, to bring his family back home to California. When you left California, Kate, you left the house and your kids' rooms a mess. And Matt thoroughly cleaned the kids' rooms and washed their beds, knowing that when he came back home, at least the kids had a clean room and a clean bed sheets to sleep in. Now, does this sound like a man that was out for violence or a man that wants to have his family back home with him. Matthew didn't deserve any of this. And now that he is not around, his children won't have their father around to watch them grow up. Matthew was a loving father to his children and would do anything for them. The loss of a father is one of the hardest events that anyone will ever go through in their life. And your children will never be able to share any new memories with their father, Matt. The kids will only have a short amount of time to make memories with their dad, and until you and your family had decided that Matthew was better off dead than being a part of the kids' lives. You had an opportunity to raise these beautiful children, and you chose yourself over them. Did you ever think that if they knew that their mother was conspiring to have their father killed, that they would understand why you were going through this? You never put the kids first. You never put them first in your life, and you never put the kids in a better environment or give them opportunities to live a good life. I know that the children are in a much safer place, in an environment filled with love, which is something that they were never going to get being around someone like you, Kate. Matt may not have been the best father or husband, but he was much better than you were as a mother or a wife. Matt cared about his family, his kids, and he cared about you. The phone calls he made to you on his way to American Fork saying, "I love you," and you saying it back, you baited him. You had already stopped loving him. You never had conversations about divorce. You lied to him, and you gained his trust. Your lack of empathy for a grieving family is also terrible. You never truly cared about Matt's family and the impact this would have on his family and his children. You were too busy cheating on your husband, trying to set up your next date. You made yourself out to be the victim through this and painted Matt as an unhinged husband, father, trying to get his family back with violence. Matt was never like that. The only person I knew that was like that was the unhinged person that was you, Kate. Matthew had a family that loved him. My mom, Diane, my brother Mark, and I, his children, we all cared about him and we loved him. You didn't love him. No mother should ever outlive their children, and having to hear that your son was murdered by their brother-in-law is a nightmare. Matt was very close to his mom and would call her multiple times a day and wish her a good night daily. He would express the love for his mother during his phone calls. There is an empty void for Diane, for my mom, and she will never be the same. Whenever I call her, it's hard to not break down emotionally when we talk about Matt. We are the only ones that knew Matthew for who he was and what he wanted to accomplish being a father and a husband. The impact for me losing a brother is going to last forever. I wish Matt had never met you. I always had my doubts about this relationship with you. He ultimately chose you over his family, and it got him killed. You were the one that drove the Restelli boys away from each other. And there was a time when I hoped Matt would separate from you and I would get my brother back. I wanted to share new memories and reminisce about the old ones, which will never happen again. Matthew had so much to give to life in life, and I can only hope that you spend the rest of your life locked away for the pain that you have caused to all that were affected by Matt's murder. Your Honor, I ask that the court give Kate Restelli the maximum sentence for the crimes that she has committed and the lives that she has ruined forever. Thank you.
Nobody missed the opportunity to call you a whore.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm Jonathan Mark Restelli. Your Honor, members of the court, thank you for allowing me to speak. What I share today is deeply painful, but necessary. My brother's murder did not just take his life, it shattered our entire family. These words carry the weight of that loss and the truth of what Matt's children, my family, and I now live with every day. My name is Jonathan Mark Restelli. I go by Mark. I am the youngest of three brothers, known growing up as the Restelli boys. Paul is the oldest and our leader. Matt is the middle brother, and he is the victim in this brutal murder. Matt was executed by the very people who were supposed to be his family. His wife, Catherine, his mother-in-law, Tracey Grist, and his brother-in-law, Kevin Ellis. They planned his murder and carried it out. They shot Matt in the back and planted a knife in his hand while his children slept directly above the place where he took his final breath. Before I address the Black Widow in the room, I want to talk about Matt. Matt was a father of 3, a brother, and my best friend for the first 26 years of my life. He was kind and friendly. The guy who would talk your ear off at a party and keep you laughing with stories. The guy who would drop everything and drive several hours to come help you get your truck unstuck from a mud pit. He had a mechanical mind like no one else. If it had a motor, he could fix it. If it didn't, he'd weld something incredible out of it. Matt's masterpiece was a green rock crawler buggy, bent and welded by hand, designed to perfection. That was Matt. Creative, determined, and the most loyal person I have ever known. His loyalty to his wife was placed above everyone else in his life, and that loyalty was used against him. As the youngest of 3 brothers, I idolized my 2 older brothers, Matt and Paul. I did everything they did and wanted to be just like them. We grew up outside, fishing, mountain biking, exploring, always together. In a time before the internet and distractions, our bond was forged solid. As Matt would say, forged in steel. With the guidance of our mother Diane and late father Thomas, and the leadership of my 2 brothers, Matt and Paul, I became who I am today. I'm just a collage of the different qualities derived from my family. The prime things Matt and I shared was our love of the wilderness and our creativity. For decades, Matt wasn't just my brother. He was my role model, my mentor, and my best friend. And then everything changed. Around the time Matt turned 30, Catherine Ellis entered the picture. It was like opening Pandora's box. A Black Widow had stepped into Matt's life, spun a web, and set a trap. Before I go any further, I'm going to address Catherine directly. From the moment you crawled into my brother's life, you were determined. Excuse me, sorry. Move it up.
So we're having troubles with the recording this right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
From the moment you crawled into my brother's life, you were determined to marry Matt, become a Restelli, and start making babies. You were obsessed over it. You clawed at it. And eventually you got what you wanted. You had everything. But Catherine can't have nice things because she breaks them like a toddler. And then you went and did it. You murdered the man that gave you everything you dreamed about. The man that gave you a family, your children, and our name, Restelli, the name you obsessed over. You are no Restelli and you never were. It makes me sick to think that name is associated with you in any way. You are and always will be Catherine Ellis, a mere image of your twisted mother, Tracey, a fraud, a Black Widow who devoured the man who defended you more than anyone else ever did. From day one, the red flags were there. What started that day was over a decade of psychotic behavior and abuse, a pattern of behavior and conflict that continues to this day, a Black Widow's pattern. Catherine first introduced herself to me in a Facebook message. Before I had even opened it, she had sent a second message saying that she and Matt had broken up and she was blocking me. We haven't even spoken. I have no idea who she is, but I was blocked. That's Catherine, erratic, childish, like a teenager stuck in an adult's body. The pattern begins. In the coming years at family events, we walked on eggshells, waiting for the explosion. Would she blow up over nothing or pass out drunk before dinner? It happened every time. It was inevitable. The pattern continues. The last time I saw Catherine before murdering Matt was at my mother's wedding reception in March of 2022. It was supposed to be a day of fun and celebration, but not with Catherine around. Multiple conflicts sprung up, and in front of all the guests, Catherine screamed at Matt's oldest son, "You're not my son. You didn't come from my loins. I didn't spread my legs and birth you."
Woo!
Filthy, venomous trash from a filthy spider's mouth.
Filthy,
The pattern continues. I refused to stand as a groomsman at Catherine and Matt's wedding because I couldn't, in good conscience, support his marriage to her. Because even then, I saw right through her. 8 legs, an hourglass, fangs, and dead eyes. She was transparent to me. At that same wedding, I met Catherine's mother, Tracey, for the first time. Before even introducing herself, her first words she ever spoke to me were, "You know Katie's not a bad person." Looking back, that's laughable because we all know the truth. She's not a bad person. She's the worst kind of person. She's a murderer, and so are you, Tracey and Kevin, an evil family of spiders. And when Matt was lured to Utah so Kevin could shoot him in the back, it wasn't a surprise. It wasn't random. It was inevitable. It was Catherine, Tracey, and Kevin, a Black Widow's execution plan. It was just a normal day in the life of the Ellis family. It is their nature. The last time I saw and spoke to Matt was Father's Day of 2022. My mother had a barbecue for her sons. All fathers. My mom had the barbecue because Catherine had just run off to Utah with the kids, ghosting Matt and leaving him isolated on Father's Day. Isolation was Catherine's favorite weapon. At the barbecue, things were going good until Matt asked me why he wasn't invited to my son's birthday party a few weeks earlier. I told him, "Matt, you're always invited. But after a decade of terrible behavior and what happened at Mom's wedding, Kelly and I are no longer comfortable having Kate around our friends and family. I didn't want to send you an invite that specifically excluded her, and I didn't want to cause you any more problems." He was upset, but Matt didn't say a word. He grabbed his things and left. Those were the last words I spoke to my brother. The reality is, I lost Matt long before Catherine, Kevin, and Tracey took his life because Matt was loyal to Catherine over everyone else in his life, including me. She had him trapped and was injecting venom.
Judge, I'll be brief. Just a couple issues on the restitution. We'd like to reserve that.
The entire matter of the 9,700 you stipulate to.
The $2,500 we will stipulate to. There's a $7,500 amount we would like to reserve.
Put that in my notes. All right, please continue.
Just to know also that she has served 316 days in custody. And she should be given credit for that. Addressing Mr. Brown's remarks about aggravating, mitigating circumstances, I do take exception to that. The offense, I believe, and he can correct me if I missed this, but I believe he wanted the court to take note of the offense caused the death. While that is true, that is contemplated in the charge itself, which would comprise this of sort of a double dipping. I think that's what the guidelines set out to exclude. Also, the offense involved 2 or more victims. While I will absolutely not discount the family members and their pain and heartache through what happened here in this case, in that sense, they are absolutely victims. But I think for these purposes, they would not technically be victims of this offense. It would be Matt alone. Otherwise, I couldn't think of a criminal offense in the Utah Code where we could not expand that definition. So I don't think that should count either. As for mitigating circumstances, I'll get into the details of this, but I would like the court to note as an other her cooperation with law enforcement. I think that's significant. There's probably nothing that Ms. Restelli could say today that is going to help the Restelli family deal with this loss, deal with the pain that they've endured caused by Catherine. And there's certainly nothing that I could say that would lessen their pain as well. So I only hope that after hearing what they have said today, that they could possibly at some point in their lives have some peace and perhaps even forgiveness at some point, so they can move on for themselves, but also put the pain aside in their lives. And I do want to, I guess the only other thing that I can really add that is my unique perspective is my interaction with Catherine during the pendency of this case. At no time was she gloating. At no time was she happy. At no time was she content. At no time was she
very content.
Anything other than distraught.
When she was on her back while that man wasn't at the morgue yet.
And reflective of the pain that she has caused. Many times in the criminal justice process, we have negotiations, cases go back and forth, we talk about resolving, and that was never actually a topic that we broached collectively because of the nature of the offense. It was Catherine who brought it up to me. Catherine wanted resolution. Catherine wanted to bring some modicum of peace, to bring the truth to light. It may seem hollow at this point after she had been arrested and was in custody and was facing very serious charges. But I don't think that should discount her motives because she didn't have to come forward the way she did. But she felt the weight of what had happened and her responsibility on that. And as her attorney, she asked me to go forward to the state to say she wanted to participate and she wanted to help.
I hope Matt grew up every night.
I think the state has acknowledged that that was the case. We initiated contact to let them know that she would be fully willing to cooperate, to help bring full closure to this case in some sort, hopefully, and to the Restelli family. Obviously, there are still some unknowns with trials pending, but for Catherine's part, she cooperated with law enforcement and fully intends to cooperate at trial to make sure that she can make amends, can make some sort of restitution from her part for her part in what has happened here. And I think that's significant, particularly considering what she pled to. And yes, it is a reduction. However, she does have a life top over her. I know the Restelli family, sounds like they're probably going to be appearing at board hearings, and that's going to have an impact. It's hard to really tell how much time she's going to serve, but it will be substantial regardless of this plea agreement.
I don't think anybody believes that.
It should not go unnoticed that her actions are also
come on, Aaron, she wanted out of jail.
Hurting her family. Her willingness to participate in the prosecution, to potentially testify against her brother and her mother, people that she loved, is difficult. And in some sense, I think extraordinary. And that should be accounted for.
No,
Sometimes people may testify against other people who are their friends who, may have some connection, but not familial. I think this is a rare occasion. But she's doing so because she thinks it's the right thing. And I agree it is the right thing for her to do. And I know Catherine does have a brief statement that she wants to make. The last thing I will say is just as I noted before, my experience with her is she has seen the pain that she has caused. To fully understand the scope of it may take time. And she hopes that someday the family will be able to forgive her because she won't be able to have contact with her children unless they agree to it. And at some point, at some time, she hopes to be able to manifest to the family that she is sorrowful, she is remorseful, she is penitent for what she did in this case. But understanding also it may take many years for everybody to accept any sort of an apology or receive some type of forgiveness in this. But in light of all the circumstances, Judge, along with Mr. Brown, I believe is my understanding that the family in this case, the state, all the parties have mutually agreed on the plea agreement, which is why we think it is appropriate. We'll ask the court to follow that.
Before you stop, I want to make sure I got the right time frame. You're saying she served 316 days today?
Correct.
Mr. Brown, do you concur?
I haven't run the math, all right? Right.
That's what's reported in the pre-sentence report.
I thought I saw that, but then I thought maybe you had a different number. Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm sure the board will calculate it regardless, but if the court wants to make that note.
Time served, which
Right.
we believe to be 360.
Correct.
I'm so very deeply sorry for the pain that I've caused. I understand that my apology will never be enough to heal the hurt that Matt's death has caused and continues to cause. He didn't deserve it. If I had the power to bring him back, I would. I know that my actions directly caused Matt's death. And for my part, I realized the devastation I caused.
You did directly.
I didn't think about the pain it would cause. My heart breaks for his children, his family, his friends, and his community. At this point, the least I could do is speak the truth on what happened to give Matt and his family the justice they deserve.
Somebody should have threw them shoes like they did at Bush.
That's it, Judge.
Anything else from the state?
Tomatoes. So on.
In taking notes of the information I've received today, I have read all the letters that were submitted to the court from both sides prior to court today. I've fully studied out the statement of advance of plea. I also went over my notes from the preliminary hearings in this matter to make sure my memory was correct.
Your Honor, just briefly, I apologize. We would be asking for a continuous protect order.
I've already got that in my notes.
Perfect.
All right, thank you. The court cannot add to what was said by Mr. Restelli's family members today to describe the type of person that he clearly was. As time passes, I hope that his family will be able to only recall the good memories you have of him, and that you'll be able to put behind you the tragic events of July of 2024. I'm sure that will take time, but I hope that can occur. Ms. Restelli, what struck me in the numerous statements in your letters of support that I received was that you quote unquote loved your children. That's simply not true. Your selfless actions
That's
show
absolutely
that
not
you
fucking true.
didn't love your children at all. You made them victims.
Fuck off.
Let me be clear. Your children are victims of your actions. They'll be lifetime victims of your actions. They deserve to grow up without you in their lives. Your actions the day after the events of July show how callous and uncaring you were towards your children and what you did to their father. You tell me in your statement of advance of plea or your pre-sentence report that you want to back out of the plan to kill your husband. Yeah, hours after their father was killed, you were preparing for a date, according to a friend of yours from Discord.
Come
You
on.
were showing off the scene of a crime to those friends like it was a trophy.
Come on.
When you received condolences from a friend of yours from Discord, you said, quote, "It's okay, I'm happy."
Ooh.
I simply do not find it all credible your claim that you wanted to back out of the plan to kill your husband after 5 p.m. on the events of July 2024. As Mr. Brown pointed out, the record is clear and unambiguous. You still had ongoing telephonic communications with your husband before the events that led to his death that night. But more importantly, you had more than just hours to do something about that. You had days to stop your family's plan to kill your husband. But you elected not to do anything. It's clear to the court that your statements and actions or lack thereof in July 2024 was not of somebody who wanted to back out of the plan that you admitted to in your statement in advance of plea, but of somebody who was willing to go forward with it and was happy that the event and the plan was successful. I think it's also important to remind you, as the state pointed out, that you had also entered into a plea deal regarding domestic violence, physical domestic violence against Matt. And there's no record that he ever committed any domestic violence against you. Indeed, it struck the court in our preliminary hearings that you repeatedly told the divorce attorney in the state of Utah that he never physically abused you. So you're not a victim, you're the perpetrator of incredible harm of domestic violence to your children and, of course, to your husband. With those brief facts in mind, I'm going to proceed for sentencing. I'm going to order restitution. There's a stipulation to $2,500 at this time. Further restitution is to remain open as allowed by statute. It's required by state law. I'm going to order a $53 court security fee for each count. Fines and fees will be sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. I will waive the fine in this manner. Any assets that you have should go to your children for their support and the restitution for them. I am going to enter a continuous protective order. That means you can have no contact with your children directly or indirectly. And if you violate that, new felony charges can be brought against you by statute. The presumption is that they would run consecutive to your current sentence. As allowed by statute and as required, I will give you credit for time served, which the parties believe is 316 days at this time. I do know both the state and your attorney have discussed that your offer is based upon your willingness to cooperate with law enforcement. That was reflected in the plea deal that was offered to you, which included the stipulated sentence. That doesn't, however, change what you did and how you did it, or what you did during July of 2024 to your husband. For the family, I do need to point out that we have an indeterminate sentencing system in the state of Utah. I imposed a range, and the Utah State Parole Board will ultimately decide how much time Ms. Restelli will serve in prison. As to count 1, murder, a second-degree felony, I impose a statutory maximum of 1 to 15 years in the Utah State Prison. As to count 2, conspiracy to commit murder, domestic violence, also a second-degree felony, I impose a statutory maximum allowed by state law, 1 to 15 years in the Utah State Prison. As to count 3, felony discharge of a firearm, domestic violence, a first-degree felony, I impose the statutory maximum, according to state law, of 5 years to life in prison. Counts 1 and 3 will run consecutive to each other. By stipulation, count 2 will run concurrent. Do note, Ms. Restelli, you have 30 days to appeal the sentence. On an appeal, if you qualify and request the same, an attorney will be appointed to represent you. Any questions from the state?
Thank you.
Any questions from the defense? None. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This court will be in recess.
Thank you. All rise. Thank you. We may be seated.
Wow. be telling the family to go to every single Get out of there. All right. Now, while we're waiting, okay, they're still deliberating. They don't have a clock up, but they still got it, of course, live. We will then now go over to that's her on cross. Where's the let's find no, that's just cross. Where's the whole all right, so what we'll pull up now is we watched Catherine Restelli testify against her mom, but by that time she had a little bit of practice. We're still in verdict watch for her mom. We just watched the sentencing she had, and part of her plea deal was to testify against her brother and her mom. We watched her mom live. This is her. I believe this is the first part, and then the cross was separate, but I could be wrong. This is a couple hours long. But while we're in verdict watch, this is Catherine Restelli testifying in Utah versus Kevin Ellis, her brother that actually shot Matt.
The state of Utah on penalty of perjury that the testimony given this matter today will be true and correct. So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in that chair over there, please.
Oops.
All right, before we get started, Ms. Restelli, I'm going to give you some instructions on how to make your testimony and your process go smoother for everybody. Please wait for the attorneys, both the state and the defense, to finish asking the question before you answer. Please only provide them a direct response. Long narrative responses are typically improper and may be objected to. If a simple yes or no answer is all that is required, that's all you need to provide them. Please don't give us nonverbal responses. We do it all the time. Mm-hms and ahs, we all nod our head and shrug our shoulders, but we need to be precise. So if you give a nonverbal response, I or one of the attorneys may simply ask if that's a yes or no.
Alarming.
We understand your response.
They all got it because
Also,
Rachel
please
had
don't
a big old
speculate.
juggernaut
Attorneys
head.
have brilliant questions, but sometimes they're confusing. If you don't understand the question, just tell them you don't understand it, and I'll rephrase it for you. Fair enough?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Smith. Oh, and make sure you speak into the mic. It goes up and down. The dip. Officers there can move it forward towards you if needed.
Thank you.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Restelli, would you please state your full name?
Catherine Restelli,
And could you please spell that last name?
Restelli.
Okay, thank you. I want to put up, just for some background information, could we show her State's Exhibit 1? Do you recognize the parties on that chart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. There are a couple misspellings, but yes.
Okay,
that is correct.
we can work through those. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 1, a demonstrative that's already been used in opening.
Any objection?
No objection. For the record, it's already been published.
No.
Okay. So ordered.
Thank you. Let's go through these individuals. Let's start with Tracey Grist. Who is Tracey Grist?
My mother,
And Terrellyn Fisher,
my older sister,
Kevin Ellis.
my younger brother.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
No, I don't. Where? Oh,
Behind me.
I do. Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing a black jacket.
Okay. Could you maybe do the tie as well? Because
No objection, we'll stipulate that.
All right, thank you.
Brother Kevin is in the court.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams.
Okay, next to Kevin. Sorry, on the chart.
Next to Kevin is Tim, my other younger brother.
And where does Tim live? Approximately.
I believe he lives in Pleasant Grove.
Okay. And where did I didn't ask you this? Where does Tracey Grist live?
She lived in American Fork.
Okay. And how far away was Tim from Tracey Grist?
About 3 minutes.
Okay. Where did Tara Lynn live back in 2024?
Tara Lynn lives in Carlsbad, California,
And Kevin Ellis, where did he live in 2024?
with my mother in American Fork.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now Rachel Jorgensen, who's Rachel Jorgensen?
Rachel Jorgensen is my younger sister.
Okay. And where did she live in 2024?
He lives in, I always forget the difference between them. Ogden.
Okay.
The more north state, or the more north city, excuse me.
And what do you confuse it with?
Orem.
Okay. And so is it
It's the more north one.
Okay.
It's a
Thank you.
5-letter one.
About how far away is that from your mom's place?
I believe it's an hour.
Okay. And Jacob Trujillo,
Jacob lived with my mother in American Fork.
a younger brother.
Yes, my younger brother.
Okay. And what about Aurora Franz?
Aurora is my younger sister, and she also lived with my mother.
Okay. Thank you. Moving to the yellow, who is Diane Restelli?
She is my mother-in-law.
No, and then who is Matthew Restelli?
He was my husband.
And then Cheyenne and Steele
Our children together
with Matthew.
with Matthew.
Did Matthew have any other children?
Yes, he did. He has Lucas Robinson.
Thank you. Tell me a little bit about your relationship with Matt. When did you guys meet?
We met in November 2008.
And how long did you date?
We dated off and on for about 8 years.
And ultimately, when did you get married?
We got married November 20th, 2016.
Where were you living when you were dating?
Temecula, California.
Is that where you lived when you were married as well?
Yes. More Awanga, but yes, Temecula.
Okay. Are they neighboring cities?
Yes.
And which one was during the dating?
I lived in Temecula and he lived in Awanga.
Okay. And then when you were married, where did you live?
We lived in Awanga.
Okay. How old are Cheyenne and Steele?
Diane is 8 and Steele is 5.
How quickly, well, okay. Can you describe, you said you lived in Awanga?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the property where you lived?
It was 7 acres, very open, rural, but beautiful.
Okay. How long did you live on that property?
Matt owned that property from before I started dating him. We lived on that property for about 9 years.
Okay, thank you. You said it was rural.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe that a little further?
The nearest neighbor was about a mile away.
Okay. And it was on 7 acres.
Yes, sir. And it's off of a 1-lane highway.
What does that mean?
It's off of a 1-lane highway. There's just a single road and it's directly off the highway.
Oh, so describing how rural it was a 1-lane road to get there.
Yes.
Got it. Did you back up to public land, neighbors?
It's Cleveland National Forest.
Okay. What did you guys like to do on the property?
I'm sorry?
What did you guys do on the property?
Matt did dirt work. We grew marijuana at one point. He used it for brokering hay feed for, he originally wanted to make it into a feed store.
Okay. Would Matt, did you have wildlife on the property?
Yeah. Yeah.
What kinds?
Bobcats, cougars, wild turkeys.
Did you have run-ins with those frequently?
Not as frequently as you'd think, but in the
in Cleveland National Forest. There was a couple incidences. Matt would say that he would hear the mountain lion. I don't think he actually ever saw the mountain lion. He also claimed to see the cat scat from the mountain lion.
Okay. And then on the property, you said bobcats and turkeys and okay.
Yeah.
You said you got married in 2016, correct?
Yes.
How would you characterize the first few years of your marriage?
They were good.
So how so?
They weren't terrible. They were okay.
Did the relationship begin to deteriorate?
We always had our disagreements. It was always turbulent, especially when it came to his son. We didn't agree always on everything.
And is that Lucas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so you didn't agree on how to parent Lucas? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Ultimately, though, did the relationship deteriorate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. When would you say that was? When did things become, well, by deteriorate, I mean became unbearable? Did it reach that point?
Where I had to leave, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it did reach that point.
Okay. And when did things really start to go downhill?
Probably about April or May of 2024.
Okay. Prior to April or May of 2024, did you step out on the marriage?
Define step out.
Have an affair?
I don't remember when I stepped out on him.
But you did?
I did.
Okay. And how long before you said things became unbearable in April and May? How long before that had you had an affair on Matt?
About a year.
Okay. So can we put that then at mid 2023?
Yes.
And take a second to, you're testifying in handcuffs, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I am in prison.
And why are you in prison?
I am in prison because I pled guilty to second-degree murder, second-degree conspiracy, and first-degree discharge of a firearm with criminal intent.
Okay. And who did you plead guilty to murdering?
Matthew,
And who did you conspire with to make that happen?
my mother, and Kevin.
Now, I suspect you'll get plenty of questions about this, but you reached a plea agreement with the state, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And is it fair to say that as a result of that, your potential for release is sooner than it otherwise would have been?
I believe it is. I don't know when I will be released. I have a sentencing guideline, but the board has a lot to say.
Right.
And parole hearings affect a lot.
And what is your, well, I'll back up. Was the benefit of that deal the only reason you pled guilty?
No,
Why did you ultimately plead guilty?
I pled guilty for my children, to give them justice, and also to give Matthew the justice he deserves.
Okay, when you say to give him the justice he deserves, what do you mean by that?
Because we weren't being honest when we originally got arrested.
And by we, who do you mean?
Me and my mother.
What's your goal here today by testifying? Well, let me back up. Was any part of your deal contingent on you testifying today?
I believe it was that I have to agree to testify. I am not here to tell lies. I am here to tell the truth,
And why is that important to you?
because the truth needs to come out.
I want to go back for a second. Could we please republish States 1? I'm going to go through these individuals and talk a little bit more in depth about your relationship with them. Let's start with Tracey. Well, let me back up because I want to break this down into sections. When did you come to Utah?
I drove out to Utah June 19th. No, excuse me, June 20th,
Okay.
2024.
2024, thank you. So the question I'm going to ask you right now pertain to prior to June of 2024.
Okay.
Okay. How frequently would you communicate with Tracey?
It got more frequent as June 20th approached, probably about every week or so.
And in fact, let's put a top end on it too. Let's say the year 2024. So January to June 20th of 2024. How often would you say you communicated with your mom?
Weekly.
Would you, in that period of time, did you visit Utah at all?
Between January 24? No.
Yeah. Okay. Did she come to California?
Yes, she did.
How many times?
We did one trip to Disneyland in February.
Any other times that she came to
Oh,
California?
yes. She came, I believe it was the weekend of her birthday, because her friend was sick and dying.
And what's her birthday?
My mother's birthday is May 28th.
Okay. And which friend are you referring to?
Amy Johnson.
When she was there visiting her friend, did you visit her at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay, sorry, and I cut you off. I apologize. Did she come visit you or did you go visit her?
Both.
Where was the friend Amy Johnson living?
Ramona, California.
And I apologize. Where is that in relation to Temecula? And
It's about 45 minutes away, I believe, give or take.
so you're saying you went to visit her there in Ramona?
My mother came to my house and we drove out to Amy's house together. And I helped my mother clean out her extra fridge, Amy's extra fridge and Amy's extra freezer, because Amy was not feeling well and she had just recently lost her husband.
Okay, thank you. When your mother would visit California, would she interact with Matt during that time?
Minimally.
Is it fair to say that the relationship was strained?
Yes.
In your you said you had weekly communications with your mom up till June 20th. Would you confide in her the problems that you were having with Matt?
Not all of them, but most of them.
Okay. What would you confide in her?
About our arguments. I wouldn't go into our sexual relationship. That I would talk with my sister about more.
Okay, and we'll get to the sisters here in just a second. But you talk about your arguments with your mom.
Yes.
Right? Okay. If we could take the screen down, please. I want to show just may I approach the witness with an exhibit?
Yes, thank you.
Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 31. Would you please look over that, and then I'll have a question for you in a minute. Look up when you have an idea of what that is.
Okay.
Did you have a conversation with your mother in January of 2024 via text message?
Yes.
Does that appear to be copy of that text communication with your mother?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit number 31.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, so admitted.
Permission to publish?
No objection.
Thank you, so ordered.
Mr. Sully, what I'm going to ask you to do is take a look at what's down at the bottom, noted as page 6. It's on the screen right here. So I don't know if it's easier for you to look at the screen. Would it be easier for the screen?
Both are fine.
Okay. Could you please describe the content of what was going on with you and Matt at this time?
We were having money problems and we weren't able to pay our phone bill.
And what's the date on this communication?
January 9th, 2024.
And when it says in that green box to and then a phone number, and who is Mama?
My mother, Tracey Grist.
Thank you. I'm going to direct you to 2 pages over to a text message on January 13th. If we could please. Go one more that way. There you go. Okay. Top right of the screen. What is it that you write to your mother? If you go ahead and read that, please.
At this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney. We've been fighting so much. I want out.
What was you testified earlier that in February you saw your mother at Disney in California, correct?
Yes.
Is this in reference to that trip?
Yes.
Who all attended that trip to Disney?
Would you like all the names?
Please. And you actually can go with, how about we do it this way? The family chart, and then you can say, and their family. That sound?
So everyone on that family chart went. Tara Lynn, her husband and her 2 children. Tim and his girlfriend. Rory brought along a friend. I believe that's all who attended.
So all of the adult siblings went, is that correct?
Yes.
With their families?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, you're having issues with Matt, correct?
Yes. I forgot to say that Rachel and her husband and her 2 children went as well.
Okay, thank you. If I could direct you, if we could go 1 page, progress 1 page, please. All right, starting there on the green up at the top. What do you say to your mom?
I can't recover it.
And what are you referring to?
An argument I was having with Matt. He was upset with me, upset with my mother, calling her a liar, and I was calling him out on it, and he was very angry.
What was her response to you?
You can just say what you need to.
And what did you say?
No, Mom, it's bad.
Okay, then what was her, if you read those next 4 responses?
Tell me what I can do to help if I can. Just come here for a break then with the kiddos and have a break.
Next page, please.
I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want you to know I mean that. Continue to read.
Continue, please. Next 3.
He should not mess with you. He asked if it was a threat. I said, I just wanted him to not react. But that's only because I was watering down my words.
Okay. Go ahead and then what was so at this point, what do you understand had happened?
That my mother had called Matt.
Did you observe that call?
No, I did not.
Okay. And then what's your response to her if you read those next 5, please?
I know. I'm not sure what the phone call did. I fucked up. He is so mad.
And then the next two, please, if we'll can go forward a page. Go ahead and read those.
Please don't call him. I'm sick to my stomach.
And what is your mom's response to that?
Just try to sleep. I won't call him. I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him. I know. Rest.
Let's go and pause. I'm going to pause you
Okay.
there for a second. Let's jump ahead to the next page. So the next day, 114. It's going to be in the top left of your screen. If you want to read there, please.
Matt's really upset that you quote threatened him. He wants to call you and make sure that you back battle the shit out of threatening him. And I believe I meant back.
So actually, they are in jury deliberations. So the jury is at it right now, trying to determine whether or not Tracey Grist will be found guilty or not for the conspiracy of killing Matt Restelli. Now, we do know we went back while we're waiting for the jury to come back with a verdict. We did go back to Kate Restelli, who's on this stand. We went back to Kate Restelli's sentencing. So, yeah, they tore her to shreds, one by one, from the neighbor to both brothers. They tore her a new one, using the Bible and all, for her sentencing. So we watched her sentencing, and we know a part of her sentencing agreement was that she had to testify against her mother, which we watched live in this trial, in the trial that we're watching. And then she had to testify against her brother. This is her 2 months ago testifying against her brother.
Pedal.
Okay.
While we're
And
waiting.
what day did you send that message to your mom?
January 14th,
So the day after
2024.
Is that the day after the argument that we just read?
I believe so.
What was her response to you? If you could read those next three, please.
Okay. Fuck him. He can call. I will act innocent enough, but he doesn't have the balls to call me. And she said, bet.
Thank you. What was your impression of your mom's use of the word strangle him? What'd you
Just
take
using it not as a threatening way, but just as a figure of speech.
Okay. Was that uncommon? An uncommon figure of speech for her in regards to Matthew?
No, it was not an uncommon figure of speech.
Was that a uncommon figure of speech amongst all of the members of your family regarding Matthew?
No, it was not uncommon.
Okay. So after January, you said you went to Disney in February.
Yes.
And how was that trip?
It was good. It was good. There were issues with Matthew on the trip. I love Disney. I enjoy Disney. I told him before we left that I had full intentions of settling him and the kids down in the room about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, and then I'll go back to the park by myself or meeting up with other family members.
Okay. And we'll come back to that. All right. I'll give you a chance to tell us more about that, but I want to fast forward. So February Disney trip, it was good, although there were some problems with Matt, which we're going to explore later. Okay. After coming home from Disney, did your relationship with Matt continue to deteriorate?
Yes.
And did you continue to confide in that deterioration with your mother?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach with us with an exhibit? I'm showing you some previously marked as State's Exhibit 32. Could you please take a look at that? And like last time, look up when you have a understanding of what it is you're looking at.
I don't know what the text message is. I don't remember.
Go ahead and keep reading.
Okay.
You remember what that is now? Did you have a conversation with your mother on May 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And was that via text message?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an accurate representation of that communication with your mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 32.
Can you go, Mr. Wentz? Sorry, Your Honor, no. I admit it without objection.
Permission to publish?
Any objection? No. So published.
We're going to go to page 2, Amy. So on the top right. What's the date on this communication?
May 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and what do you say to your mom?
I hate my life, Mom.
Read the next one too, please.
I hate that I have kids with Matt.
Okay, you can take that down. Thank you. Now, have you looked at the rest of those text messages? I don't want to read all through them, but
I have skimmed through.
your mom doesn't threaten him in that text exchange, correct?
No.
This is more representative of how you were feeling in May of 2024. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to, and just to summarize, you would confide in your mother the fights that you were having with Matt, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's move to Tara Lynn. She's the oldest sibling of yours, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you told us earlier, Tara Lynn lives in?
Carlsbad, California.
About how far away was that from Temecula where you lived?
A little less than an hour.
And I'm sorry, I keep saying Temecula. What was it called?
Awanga.
Awanga, thank you. So it's about an hour from Awanga.
Yes.
And how often would you communicate with Tara Lynn?
Daily, if not every other day.
And we're going to use that same time frame here, the January to leaving in June of 2024. Okay.
Yes.
So daily, if not every other day.
Yes.
And would you guys visit each other frequently?
No.
Would you go to? Was that in either direction? Like you wouldn't go to her house and she wouldn't come to yours?
Correct.
And why was that?
You wouldn't allow.
Because of Matt.
What do you mean because of Matt?
Tara Lynn's husband feared what Matt would do to Tara Lynn and how he would react to her being there. He would not allow me to drive down there.
Okay. So David wouldn't allow you to, or sorry, Tara Lynn's husband wouldn't allow you to drive down there. Okay.
No. Tara Lynn's husband would not allow Tara Lynn to come to my house.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
I was welcome at Tara Lynn and David's house. It was Matthew who stopped me from being able to go down there.
Got it. Okay. And we'll explore that more here in a moment.
Okay.
Would you confide in her your problems with Matt?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Rachel.
Hey,
where does Rachel fall in
they're in deliberations now.
the family tree?
Rachel is one of my younger sisters.
And you said she lived in Ogden.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How often would you communicate with Rachel?
Every couple of months.
So sporadically.
Yes.
And how would you communicate with her?
Text message.
Any other form of communication?
I don't think I called her very often. Our relationship didn't blossom until I was incarcerated.
Okay. And I should have asked this with Tracey. What were your forms of communication with her?
Text messages and phone calls.
And what about with Tara Lynn?
Text messages and phone calls.
Did you communicate with people via Snapchat or Instagram? People in your family?
Yes.
Okay, what about Facebook?
Yes.
And is that true for Tracey?
I don't know how she communicated with everybody.
Sorry, you with her.
Yes.
And Tara Lynn.
Yes.
And then Rachel, you said was just text message.
Yes.
Would you confide in Rachel the problems you were having with Matt?
No.
Let's go to Kevin. How would you communicate with Kevin?
I never communicated with Kevin.
What do you mean?
Oh, ain't nobody
I
told
sent him
you
a text
nobody
message on
makes
his
it
birthday.
crazy. There's a reason why you didn't talk to that boy.
November 2023, and I got no response back.
So between that time frame I gave you of
Right.
January until you left in June, no communication with Kevin.
He sent me the gate code when I got to my mother's house. Other than that, there's no communication between Kevin and I.
Okay. And would you confide in, this
Nobody
is a stupid
has-
question given your answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Would you confide in Kevin your problems with Matt?
No.
Okay, what about Tim?
No.
Did you
Right, so
communicate
it's
with him in
somebody
that
out
time frame?
No type of
No, I did
relationship.
not.
And so again, stupid question, but would you confide in him the problems you were having with Matt? For the most part, well, let me just ask this one line. About Rory or Aurora, would you communicate with her, or how would you communicate with her?
I would not communicate with her.
And so again, did you communicate with her any problems that you were having with Matt?
No.
Who is
That might be part of the reason why Kevin was never convicted with conspiracy. He didn't agree to nothing with nobody. Ain't nobody talked to Kevin. They just gave him that shit and let him loose. Probably put a whole story in his head why he was on that stuff. So they probably told him Kevin was coming to get his, Matt was coming to get his ass. Remember, Kevin was never convicted of the conspiracy part, just of taking Matt out with them kids in the house.
not on the family chart, but who is Stephanie Slocum?
Stephanie Slocum is an Instagram friend.
Okay. And how long have you been friends with Stephanie?
I've known Stephanie for 2 years, maybe, if that. I don't remember exactly when we started talking.
How would you communicate with Stephanie?
On Instagram, or mostly Instagram, on a video chat or Instagram messaging.
Would you text message her?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
Showing you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Would you take a look at that? And when you recognize what it is, please look up. Okay. Do you recognize that communication?
I do.
Did you have a text communication with Stephanie Slocum on May 13th of 2024?
Yes.
And does this appear to accurately reflect that conversation?
Yes.
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 34.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, so admitted.
Permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
So ordered, thank you.
Could you please read those first? Again, sorry, what's the date on these?
May 13th, 2024.
So in relation to the prior exhibit with your mother, just a few days before, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, would you please read those first four boxes?
Matt wanted to be yesterday. He made my day awful, snapping at me over nothing, acting like I caused the problem. I'm trying to wait. I just might murder Matt today, though. And then that's a little song. I am slowly 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, switch.
That's a
Crazy
song you
going.
said.
Yep.
Okay. Is this, well, let me ask you, was this a serious threat?
No.
Was this more of the kind of colloquialism you were talking about earlier with your mom saying strangling Matt?
Yes, it was more of a figure of speech.
Okay. Would you confide in Stephanie the problems you were having with Matt?
Yes.
Okay, let's move towards to the June 2024 timeframe. You had testified that your communications escalated with your family around that time. Is that a fair statement of what you said?
Yes.
And why did they escalate around that time?
They escalated between my mom and my sister and myself, Tara Lynn being my sister, that we were making plans to get me out to Utah.
And when did those plans begin to formulate?
2 weeks before I left.
Okay, so if you left on the 20th, roughly the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Who all was involved in that, in creating that plan?
My mom, Tara Lynn, and myself.
And what did that plan entail?
We got a storage unit. Tara Lynn rented a storage unit for me. I removed things out of the house that were near and dear to my heart. And that way, when he found out that I was leaving and not coming back, that if he destroyed the house, that it wouldn't destroy everything.
Okay, so you said leaving and not coming. What were the intentions of this leaving?
I wanted a divorce.
Okay. Were you ever going back to California?
I had no plans on them. I'm going back to California. I was trying to navigate the legal system.
And that's why you got the storage unit, correct?
Yes.
And why you put the things that you said were near and dear to you in the storage unit?
Yes.
Because you weren't coming back.
Yes.
How did you, so you said Tara Lynn rented the, rented the storage unit, is that correct?
Yes.
How did you physically get from California to Utah?
I rented a vehicle.
And how'd you do that?
My mother put me on one of her credit cards. That was part of the planning of the 2 weeks. She added me to one of her credit cards and sent me out the credit card after she received it in the mail. And I was able to rent the vehicle with that credit card and my driver's.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you what's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 29, and when you have an idea of what that is, if you could look up. Your Honor, sorry, did you have communications with Tara Lynn leading up to the time that you were leaving California?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an accurate reflection of those communications with her?
Yes.
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 29.
Any objection?
No objection.
Motion to publish, please.
Any objection to publishing?
Order.
And we're not going to go through all of these, but if I could direct you to what's on the screen. Actually, let's take that down for just a second. We'll come back to that. Did you have similar conversations with Tracey preparing your time for leaving California?
Not as extensively that I had with Tara Lynn, but yes.
So anyways, been previously marked as State's Exhibit 33. Same concept. When you have an idea what it is, please look up and let me know. Did you have conversation, and I asked you this already, but just to reiterate, do you have conversations with your mother regarding leaving California?
Yes.
And do these appear to accurately reflect those conversations?
Yes.
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 33.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted, thank you.
Permission to publish?
Any objection? No objection. Published.
Read your page 1, please. Can you please read that first message and tell us what date it's from?
It's from June 15th. Diane just said we probably shouldn't go to Vegas.
Okay. And we talked about this earlier, but Diane is Matt's mom, correct?
Yes.
And what are you referring to here?
The yearly trip that we would go with her to Vegas.
When was that planned for?
It varies from year to year. Sometimes it's July, sometimes it's August.
How about this year in 2024?
I believe it was scheduled for the 20th
Of June. And did you send this text to your mom right after Diane canceled it?
Yes.
And the date on that is what again?
June 15th.
You already had your storage unit at this point, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, your testimony was that it was 2 weeks prior to leaving.
That's when we started planning. I don't remember when we rented the storage unit.
You remember when you started filling the storage unit? How many days before you left?
A week.
Okay, so that would put you if you left on the 20th, that would put you at the 13th, right?
Correct.
Which means you already had the storage unit at this point.
Yes.
Was it your intention to leave Matt, whether the Vegas trip happened or not?
Yes.
Did the Vegas trip just change the timing of when you were going to leave?
No, because I was going to leave from Vegas.
Okay, so your intention was to go to Vegas and then leave him from there.
Yes.
Okay, so you said let's talk through the day that you left. You said you got a rental car with your mom's credit card, right?
Yes.
And physically, where was that rental car agency?
It was off Winchester. And so it's about 20 minutes away from our house.
Okay, so and how did you get to Winchester?
I drove the truck, my daily driver, which is in Matt's name.
Could we take it off of this screen? I want to show her a picture on the screen. Just hers, though. You could
wanna
show
just
her.
show the witness?
Just the witness, yes. States 36, please. Okay. You recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the daily driver you were talking about?
Yes.
And that's the truck that you took to Winchester?
Yes.
United States would move to admit State's Exhibit 36.
Any objection?
No objection.
36 is submitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
Any objection to that?
Leave from Vegas. At this point, you know, the activity she participated in is legal in Vegas. Ain't no telling what she would have been doing.
Okay, so is that the truck that you were just referring to?
Yes.
That you took, you said Winchester was how far from your house?
15, 20 minutes.
How much?
10 miles, maybe? I'm not really sure.
Okay, and we can go and take that down. Thank you. When you got to Winchester, where did you go?
I went to the rent-a-car, the Enterprise rent-a-car.
And what did you do when you were there?
I rented a Ford Expedition.
And had it already been reserved for you?
Yes.
And what did you do with the truck?
I left it in the Target parking lot, locked.
What did you do with the keys?
I took them with me.
Did anybody meet you in Winchester?
Yes, Terrellyn did.
Anybody else?
My father was there as well with Terrellyn.
What's your father's name? I don't think we've gotten his name yet.
Clyde Ellis.
Clyde Ellis. Is that your biological father?
Yes.
Is that also who
Now,
raised you?
wait a minute. She said she took the keys with her. Now we know for a fact that Tara Lynn claimed that the reason why they left the air tag in the truck, one of the reasons was because they left the keys in the truck. So if something happened because she left the keys in the truck while I was in a public parking lot, then they would be able to find the truck fast. Them other siblings need to do time.
Raised is a very loose word, but yes.
Wait a minute.
Was in your life for your formative years?
Yes.
Why were they there? What did they help? What did they do?
My father was visiting my sister, and it just so happened to be on the day that I was leaving that he came out with her. And she was there to help me with my children and to help me load up anything I could fit into the Expedition.
So by load up, did you go somewhere to load up?
I went to the storage unit to load up my children's clothes, blankets, anything that was practical to take to Utah.
Okay, so what time of day would you say this is on June 20th?
That I was loading up to about noon,
Okay. And when did you get on the road, do you think, to come to Utah?
about 12:30, 1 o'clock. I believe I left the house at around 9.
Okay. Did you tell Matt that you were leaving?
No, not until 4 p.m.
Okay. So prior to renting the car and the storage unit, did he have any idea that you were leaving him?
No.
How did you tell Matt that you had left?
Text message.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
See if you can find it. So you told him, you said you testified that you told him via text message, correct?
Yes, and on the phone as well. I don't recall exactly what I said to him on the phone, but I know that I told him through text message that I was on my way out to Utah and that I wouldn't be returning that night.
Do you remember who told you what to say in that text message?
I asked her to compose a text message, and it was Tara Lynn who composed a text message for me.
Okay. If we could now republish states 29. Is that the text message you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, and who's that? And that's from Terrellyn, correct?
Yes.
If you could please read that.
First of all, I love you. It's been really hard lately because you're so mad every day. Your mom mentioned the other day that I should go to my mom's to give you some space. I called my mom to talk to her about it because I was crying and sad, and she insisted she rent me a car and to come visit her. She said she will pay for everything we need for the week or so. We're up there, so that's not going to make it harder for you. And I left the truck so you can work if you want to. It's in the Target Shopping Center by O'Reilly off Rancho Cal. I love you. I want to help our family move forward and help you feel less stressed. We'll come home after you and I have a little bit of a breather.
Okay, we can take that down. No, and that's the content of the message you sent to Matt as well, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't true, right? You weren't coming home after a breather.
I don't think I had intentions of coming home.
We talked about the truck. Before you left the truck, you said you put the keys in it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said you locked it.
Yes.
Thank you. What did you do with the keys?
I took them with me.
Thank you. And did you place an air tag in the truck?
Yes, I did.
And where did you put it?
In the little box over the transmission cover on the inside of the vehicle. There was a little storage box, and it was a catch-all box. And I just dropped it in there.
I'd like to show the witness only an exhibit, please. Can you show the witness states exhibit 2?
Exhibit what number?
2, states exhibit 2. Is it on? Okay. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Does this accurately reflect where you placed the air tag?
Yes.
Say we're moving to admit states exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted, published.
Can we publish it to the jury, please?
Any objection to
No
publish?
objection.
Okay, you described the little box that was located, you said above the transmission area.
In between the driver and passenger.
Okay. And was the box more full than this?
I don't recall.
Why did you put the tracker in the truck?
Because I was afraid of Matt and I wanted to know where he was.
Okay.
I wanted to know if he was coming out to Utah, if he was going to the bar.
Why would it matter if he was going to the bar?
Because he had a tendency to lie to me a lot.
I'm sorry, did you say that?
He had a tendency to lie to me a lot.
Right, but you were leaving, right? You're gone.
Right.
Why does it matter if he goes to the bar?
There you go. I asked that in his trial, sir.
Because I have control issues.
Okay.
So
you placed the air tag in the truck. Whose idea was that?
It was Tara Lynn's idea. I mulled on it, and I ultimately made the decision to put it in there.
Is it fair to say you were uncomfortable with that at first?
Objection, Lee.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. So So it's Tara Lynn's idea, you molded over, and then you decided to do it,
Yes.
correct? Where did that air tag come from?
Tara Lynn.
Do you know who had access to monitor that air tag?
I believe it was originally purchased for Disneyland. And I am not an Apple user. My mom is, and Tara Lynn is not. I believe Rachel had access to it because she was going to track the children. Possibly, I believe Kevin had access to it.
This was in February, correct?
Yes,
Is that what you're
for
testing?
Disney to track Tara Lynn's 2 children.
Now, that was its original purpose, correct?
Yes.
But it was repurposed on June 20th, 2024. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what was it repurposed for in June of 2024?
Tracking Matthew.
And at that time, in June of 24, who could monitor the air tag?
I believe the same people. I never had access to it.
You never had access to it?
No, I was never on my device was I able to access the air tag.
What devices did you have?
I had an Android. I can't remember the model. And I also had an iPad.
And you couldn't track it on the iPad?
No, I could not.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
All right, be safe.
Just showed you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Would you please take a look at that? And when you have an idea what that is, if you could look up. On June 20th, did you create what appears to be a Facebook group with Rachel, Tara Lynn, and Tracy?
Yes.
And did you communicate with them through that forum?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an accurate reflection of that communication that you had with them on that day?
Yes.
Now, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 3.
Any objection, Mr. Williams?
No objection.
So admitted without objection.
Permission to publish page
No objection.
15.
We will not have any objection to the state publishing an exhibit once.
All right, thank you. All right, so
Okay.
when record reflects that after an exhibit's been admitted, the defense has no objection to publishing it. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Okay, we can publish page 15, please. Actually, I'm sorry, do you have page 1 by chance? Okay. Who all was in the group?
Myself, Rachel, Carolyn, and my mother.
Okay. And if you could summarize for me, because you just skimmed them, right?
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
The Apple tag and Matt coming out and me getting to my mother's house.
Okay. And could you please read the green message that you sent on June 22nd on the screen?
Kevin has it on his phone too.
What did you mean by that?
Access to the Apple tag.
So Kevin had access to the Apple tag.
Yes.
Did all the other women on this thread have access to the Apple tag?
I believe Tara Lynn was able to monitor it through an iPad. And my mom and Rachel also had access to it. Yes.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but earlier I thought you stated Tara Lynn couldn't track it. Are you retracting that and saying now you think maybe she did through an iPad?
I forgot she had the iPad.
Okay. Does it appear that she was tracking it through these text messages?
Yes.
You should have what was previously admitted as State's Exhibit 29 in front of you. Once you find that, can you let me know?
Yes, I have it.
Amy, are you able to publish State's 29? Is that all you have from it? Yes. If you go to publish page 18. So if you could either turn to 18 or just look on your screen and you can read off of there if you want. About halfway down through the page. Actually, we'll just start.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
29. Page 18. Okay, if you could please read, starting with that third message and tell us who sent that.
Perfect. Outgoing.
And who sent that message?
I believe I sent that.
To Tara Lynn, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next one?
I asked Tara Lynn. I sent another text message to Tara Lynn. Check the tag if you're up.
And then the next one after that, please.
Can you send the link to Kevin?
What date did you ask for the link to be sent to Kevin?
6/21.
Okay, and what was her response to?
What's his Apple ID or thing?
And then just go ahead and go to the next, read the next message that has content.
His email?
Yeah.
KevinStanleyEllis@gmail.com.
We could go to the next page, please.
Okay, give me a couple minutes. Just got out of the shower.
And then let's jump down to, let's go to the next page, please, page 20. And if you could read the second second message and tell us who sent that.
I sent it to Tara Lynn. I said, got it.
And what are you referencing?
I believe that Kevin received the link to the Apple tag.
And how do you know that Kevin received it?
I don't recall.
Were you with him?
He was at the house. I don't recall the conversation.
Okay, but do you recall him being present?
At the house, yes.
Okay, at the time that you're having this exchange with Tara Lynn.
I don't remember.
Okay. And then let's go down 4 more messages. If you could read that, please.
He's on it.
And what was Carolyn's response to that?
I personally think my emoji is the best.
And then to the top of page 21, please. And what was your response at the top of page 21?
LOL, Kevin just commented on it.
Okay, and what was her response?
She laughed at it.
Okay, and then what did you say?
He is shitty.
Okay, so top one, LOL, Kevin just commented on it. Does that refresh your memory of whether you were having a conversation with Kevin?
He must have been sitting there.
Okay. We can take that down. How long were you in Utah before Matt came out?
How long was I in Utah?
Yes.
About 3 weeks.
In those 3 weeks, did members of this group and Kevin and yourself continue to monitor Matt's location?
Yes.
And would you have conversations about that?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes. Let's make it easier, Mr. Smith. You have ongoing permission. Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 4. Would you please take a look at that? And when you have an idea of what that is, please look up. Did you have a text message conversation? Did you communicate with Kevin via text message
Yes.
periodically? And does this appear to be an accurate reflection of those text messages that you had with him?
So there's one text message in April that he replied back with, and then the rest of our conversations are after I got to Utah.
Yeah, and we'll get there, yeah.
Yes.
But this does appear accurate, correct?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. So admitted.
Thank you. So you just referenced that, so let's just be, there was a communication with the two of you in April, where you ask, spell your cat's name, please. Right?
Yes.
And he answers, and that's the extent of the conversation.
Yes.
Otherwise, the bulk begins when?
June 20th.
And you testified to this earlier, that he sent you the gate code.
Correct.
Is that first text message that we see?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to page 8, please. And it's up here on the screen if you'd rather just refer to the screen. If you could read, well, first tell us the date of this communication.
From June 26th, 2024.
Okay, and what does it say?
What day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf. Friday late. Okay, cool.
So let me pause you for a second. You asked that question, right?
Yes.
Can we please publish? Thank you. Okay, so the top one that you read, what day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf. You sent that to Kevin, correct?
Yes.
And what time did you send that?
1:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. And he responded?
Friday late.
You said wondering for Olaf. What is Olaf?
Olaf is a nickname that we gave Matt that we would be able to talk about Matt in front of the children without sending a flag up to them that we were talking about their father.
Is it in reference to the Frozen character?
Yes,
Okay. Why'd you pick that?
because we like Disney and it was just random.
Okay.
No particular reason.
But did Kevin know about that name?
Yes,
Who else knew? Who else referred to Matt as Olaf?
everyone in my family.
So he says Friday late. And what's your response?
Okay, cool.
And then what does he respond with?
The tag is still active.
And then go ahead and read your response.
Really?
Could you explain that? Were you unaware that it was still active?
I guess. I wasn't sure whether or not it would be, if you would find it or not and dispose of it.
Okay. And what is his response to that question?
If I have to rush back, I can make that happen.
Do you know where he was that he would rush back from?
I believe he was in Wendover.
Okay. And then what does he send you in that attachment? The next message?
I believe that's the location of a screenshot of the Apple tag.
Okay. So is it fair to say that Kevin had the ability to access and monitor Matt's location?
Yes.
You started this testimony by saying that you pled guilty to murdering Matt, right?
Yes.
And that you conspired with Tracey and Kevin to murder Matt.
Yes.
Was that the plan the whole time?
No.
What was your original plan moving out here? And you've testified to it a couple times. What was your
My original plan was to divorce Matt, and I was trying to navigate the legal system.
Okay. Did that include how were you navigating that legal system?
I had contacted a lawyer and asked a lawyer in California about my options.
Do you remember when you had that phone call?
July 11th.
So the day before Matt came out.
Yes,
Did you record that phone call?
I did.
And who did you send it to?
My mother.
Did you send it to anybody else?
I don't believe so.
Not to Tara Lynn?
I don't remember if I sent it to Carolyn or not.
Okay. What about Kevin?
I don't believe I sent it to Kevin.
Where did you take that? You said the attorney call was, he's from California, right? The attorney is?
Yes.
Where did you take that call?
In the master bedroom of my mother's house.
Who was present while you were talking to the attorney?
I believe Steele was my son.
Anybody else?
No.
No adults?
No
Okay.
adults.
I'm sorry, I missed the name. You say Steele?
Yes.
That was Steele, your friend.
No, my son.
And afterwards, you testified that you shared the audio to your remembrance only with your mother.
Yes.
Do you know what she did with it?
I mostly recorded it as to be able to recollect what the attorney had said to me. I don't remember if my mom actually listened to it.
Okay, but that's why you recorded it. But do you know what she did with it? Do you know if she disclosed it to anybody else?
I don't believe she disclosed it to anybody else.
Okay. At this time, the state would move. Sorry, you said you recorded that call
Yes.
and sent it to your mother.
Yes.
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit number 5, which is the beginning portion of that phone call.
Any objection, Mr. Williams?
No objection.
We're going to play this audio for you. We're only going to play, it's been clipped before. Okay. Would you agree with me that it sounds like there's a male's voice?
Yes,
Who was that?
that was Kevin.
Okay. So previously, when you said you were alone and it was just Steele, does this refresh your memory?
Kevin was more than likely, obviously, in the house. He was not sitting there on the bed with me or anything while I was having this conversation.
But you were conversing with Kevin.
Yes.
Go ahead and continue playing.
I don't know what Chip is. I have no idea. I just ran downstairs and. I'm good, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. All right, so has anything been filed as of yet?
No, I'm at a loss.
You're at a loss as how to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move out or did he move out?
I am technically not moved out. I am on vacation.
Does he know it?
Does he know I'm on vacation? Yes.
No, does he know that you're leaving?
No, and that's because I'm so scared.
All right, so let's start off. Has there been domestic?
It's a lot of verbal abuse. He hits the kids. And so.
Are we talking about spanking?
Just aggressively grabbing the kids. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have financial help to get out?
So I'm at my mother's house in Utah, and I don't want to go home.
In Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also if you left and he wasn't happy about it, he could file something and yank you back really quick, or at least yank the kids back. And where the kids go.
It was a long conversation, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that, well, how'd you walk away from that conversation feeling about your options?
Feeling defeated
Why is that?
because Matt could do a lot from California because I didn't have residency in Utah.
And you talked about you were asked specifically about domestic violence. And what
Yes.
was your answer?
There's no domestic violence, not physical hitting from Matt to myself.
Okay. And then when you described the children, you originally used the words that he hits the children, but then you clarified, correct?
Yes.
And what did you say?
That he is aggressive with the children, like he'll yank their arm hard or just be verbally abusive with them.
Okay. Is that a fair representation of the remainder of the call? Nothing changed later in the call?
I believe so.
It is fair?
Yes.
Okay. Who knew you were meeting with an attorney?
My mom and I believe Terrelyn.
Anybody else?
Probably Rachel, more than likely. And obviously Kevin, if Kevin was in the house.
Who's Chris Walnick?
Chris Walnick is a friend of mine from California.
Is it a man or a woman?
It's a man.
Okay, did he know you were meeting with an attorney?
Yes.
I see counsel, Mr. Williams and you, Mr. Brown. Please consult Mr. Brown.
Did I approach you already?
No.
No. Showing you has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 6, same routine. Can you take a look at it and then look up when you recognize what it is?
So State's Exhibit what?
6. Did you have conversations with your friend Chris Walnick via text message?
Yes.
And do these appear to accurately reflect the text communication between you and him between July 8th and July 11th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish page 4.
First off, any objection to admitting Exhibit 6, Mr. Ryan? No objection. Exhibit 6 is admitted, we'll publish.
Actually, yeah, we'll start with page 1. Could you read that first bubble from him?
3 more days till you meet with a lawyer. How are you holding up?
And what's the date on that?
July 8th.
Okay. And then let's just go to page 4. Okay. And then the bottom of page 3, could you please read his question to you and tell us when it's from?
How did your attorney meeting go on July 11th?
And what was your response?
Honestly, I'm fucked.
And what did he say?
How so?
And then your response, please.
Just dumb CA law. I just feel hopeless.
Okay. So does that accurately reflect how you felt after that phone call with your attorney?
Yes.
Now might be a good time for.
All right, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a recess. We'll go about an hour and a half.
You're ready? Yes, thank you. Mr. Restelli, I want to move to let's stay on July 11th. We ended with your conversation with Mr. Molnick about your perceptions of your chances at divorce,
Yes.
right? From there, what transpired between you and Matt from that point?
He talked about wanting me to drive home and reserving me a car and me driving home or him possibly driving out.
Okay, and you guys had that conversation on the 11th, right?
Yes.
Can we put up, just for the witness, states 7?
Exhibit 7?
Yes, it has not been admitted yet, so just for the witness. And that's up on your screen. If you take a look at it, look up when you've had an opportunity to understand what it is. You want me to scroll a page?
No, you're fine.
Okay. Did you have is this the conversation you were referring to where you were talking to Matt about the rental car?
Yes.
Does it appear to be an accurate representation of that?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection? No objection. State's Exhibit 7 is admitted without objection. Thank you.
Okay, on the 11th, could you please start with reading what your conversation is to him?
It would be $550 rental, and comma, $550 deposit and $300 gas.
And where did that information come from? Well, sorry, who sent that?
I sent that to Matt.
Okay. And where did that information come from?
My mother told that to me.
Okay, and then let's jump over to the next page. What was his response?
Tomorrow Enterprise, 385 Main Street, American Fork, Toyota Corolla, $200 deposit, 182.33 rental is reserved. Pay in person with debit card at 8 a.m. All paperwork must be Kate.
Okay, what was your response to him?
Cool.
Can we go to the next page, please? Jump down to the second one. What does he tell you there?
$600 in your account.
In your response on the next page?
Thank you.
That was, well, when was that in relation to the divorce consultation?
I'm not sure. I would have to look at the timestamp of the recorded phone call.
Do you remember roughly when it was? Was it afternoon, morning hours?
I believe it was, I don't remember. I remember the conversation with the attorney being on the 11th, but I don't remember what time. I think it was before 2 p.m. Because my daughter wasn't out of school yet. Oh, she wasn't in school, excuse me.
Summer, yeah. Do you remember if this conversation with Matt happened before or after the consultation with the attorney?
I believe it was before. But I could be wrong.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
But I could be wrong.
Okay. Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 8, similar with the others. Could you take a look at this and then look up when you understand what it is? Did you talk to your mom on that same day?
Yes.
Does this appear to be the text message conversation that you had with your mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, State will move to admit State's Exhibit number 8.
Any objection? No objection.
And can we publish this to the jury, please? We go to State's 8. All right, let's start with what's on the screen. What's your message to your mom?
Matt
Sorry,
doesn't.
pause 1 second, please.
It takes a moment.
Yeah, I know. I was jumped the gun. So let's start with that first one.
Matt doesn't want to drive out.
Okay, what time is that message sent?
8 o'clock in the morning, 8:07.
And to who?
My mother.
And the next one?
She says, nope.
You've got one more at the top over there.
Oh, he's depositing money for me to rent a car.
And then what was her response to?
Nope.
And continue on for the next two, please.
Well, we will just stay. You sprained your ankle and keep putting him off.
Okay. And then let's go to the next page, please. Could you read your response to her?
Yep. If you deposit money, then I can pay for the lawyer. And then I correct myself and say he.
So what did that mean to say?
If he deposited his money, then I can pay for the lawyer. Then I can use it to pay for the lawyer.
And then what is her response, her next two responses to you, please?
Yes, sir. And then it would be $550 for rental, $550 for deposit, and $300 gas.
And what do you say?
I'll tell him.
And that's what you referred to earlier in your text message with Matt. You're relaying this message from your mother.
Yes.
Okay. What does she say to that?
I say I'll tell him, and she says, plus you're going to sprain your ankle soon.
What this idea of the sprained ankle, where did that come from?
So if I had a sprained ankle, then I would be unable to drive. And the lawyer also agreed to just keep stalling. And so it was just a way to stall to go home.
Okay. And this idea of the sprained ankle was at 9 a.m, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
This idea of the sprained ankle came up at 9 a.m.
No, it was previously talked about.
Oh, so you had talked about the sprained ankle before?
Yes.
And then that coincided with the idea of the stall? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Is it fair? Let's go on to the next page. Okay, what do you say to your mom?
Yes, he wants me to leave tomorrow. I have to make arrangements for the car today.
Okay.
And she said, can't drive with that ankle.
And go ahead and read your next two responses.
Exactly. Ouch. It hurts so bad.
And is it fair to say that you guys continue this conversation about a sprained ankle for a couple pages?
Yes.
Okay, if we can jump ahead to page 288. One more. All right, go back. One more. I'm looking for 11 o'clock a.m. No, that's 11:55. No. There we go. Okay. Top right corner, if you could please read that text message.
The first one, the blue one?
The green one.
Tomorrow Enterprise 385 Main Street, American Ford, Toyota Corolla, $200 deposit, 182.33 rental is reserved. Pay in person with debit card at 8 a.m. All paperwork must be caped.
So are you copying and pasting what Matt sent you?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your mom's response to that?
I would call them just to see if that's true, just ask. But then
And then the next message is just the next page.
sprained ankle.
Did you continue this idea of, well, let me ask you this. Did you communicate to Matt ever that you had a sprained ankle?
No, I never told Matt I had a sprained ankle.
So as of the morning of the 12th, what was the understood action that you were going to take between you and Matt?
I am sorry, I don't understand the question.
Sure, thank you. As of the morning of the 12th, so the next morning after these text exchanges happened, what was the understanding between you and Matt was going to happen that morning?
That I was going to go to the rental car place and attempt to rent the car and drive home.
Okay. Did you end up going to the rental car place on the 12th?
I did.
What did they tell you?
I asked them, I said, can I rent a car with an out-of-state driver's license and a debit card? They said no.
Okay.
I said, okay, if my husband calls you, I'm sorry if he yells at you.
Do you remember what time you went to the rental car place?
Right around 8 o'clock.
Okay. We could go, if you could look at the messages on the right in the green, the second one down. Could you please read that?
LOL, I said I'm sorry to the cat on talk to text.
Sorry, going after that.
Right. He called and talked to the girl,
And what's that in reference to?
the rental car,
Okay, and he is who?
Matthew,
Okay, and when did you send that?
11:32 a.m.
What day? Sorry.
on the 11th.
Okay, and then the next page. What does that say?
Because I have an out-of-state driver's license, it has to be a credit card
Okay, and what date was that?
on the 11th.
Okay, so you didn't learn the information on the 12th when you went, you already had it on the 11th.
Yes, I had spoke with her on the phone
Okay. So then why would you go on the 12th?
to make my story plausible that I went in to go rent the car and that it didn't work.
Okay. Who did you discuss that plan with?
My mother.
Anybody else?
No.
Did you discuss it with Rory?
I believe I told Rory that I was going to go try to rent a car because she was watching my children for 5 minutes.
Was Rory aware of this plan?
I don't believe so.
Okay, what about Jake? Did you tell Jake?
I don't believe so.
What about Kevin?
I don't believe so.
Tell me a little bit about the layout of your house, or your mom's house, I'm sorry. Where were people living? What rooms were they in?
So it's a 3-story, technically a 2-story with a basement. Jacob lives downstairs
Now, I
in the
don't know
basement.
if
It's
they
a
still
finished
stack on
basement.
that pizza, but what I
On the
will
first
say,
floor is Rory's office.
they haven't had
And
not one
upstairs is a
question.
master bedroom.
Still live over
Kevin's
there.
bedroom and Rory's bedroom.
Okay. And where were you staying?
I was staying in my mother's master bedroom while she slept on a mattress downstairs in the basement.
I'm going to play for you an audio and see if you recognize it. State's Exhibit number 9, if there's any objection to it.
Any objection? Exhibit 9? Is there an objection, Mr. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. State's Exhibit number 9.
So I guess just to be clear, I'm moving to State's Exhibit 9.
Sorry. I need to work with this for 5 minutes. I need to work with rent perfect to make my story possible that I need to go over there and they need to turn me away and say, no, we cannot renew this car because your driver's license is out of state. I leave in like 2 minutes. I'm leaving my kids know that you're upstairs.
Who did you say you were leaving?
I did tell Kevin that I was leaving. I forgot I had that conversation with him.
Okay, so would you like to rephrase who you told you were going to go to the car rental place?
I told Kevin I was going to the car rental place.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just a couple questions about that. Do you know where that recording came from?
Yes,
Where did it come from?
my iPad.
Why was it recording?
I think it was a mistake that it was recording. It was bumped. I believe it was bumped. It wasn't actually supposed to be recording at that moment.
But it was, and that was from your iPad. Okay, so from there, it's your testimony that you went to the enterprise.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. When you come back from let me back up. Throughout that morning, are you having communications with Matt?
Yes.
And what is the content of those communications?
Telling him the play-by-play of what I'm doing. Telling him that I was going to the rental car place. Telling him that I wasn't able to rent the car. Telling him that I wasn't going to be able to drive back.
Did you guys begin to have phone calls?
Yes.
Did you record those phone calls?
More than likely, I believe so.
Did you start having phone calls with him after going to the enterprise rental car place?
I believe so.
things cordial with you and Matt in the morning?
Yes,
Can you say that again? I didn't have to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Were things cordial with you and Matt in the morning?
I believe so, yes.
After discussing what transpired at Enterprise, what plan did you make with Matt?
We decided that Matt was going to drive out.
At this time, the state would move to admit states 10 through 10, 11, and 12 as a batch. They are the first 3 phone recordings that she indicated she made.
Any objection, Mr. Williams?
But just like some foundation for that.
All right, guys, I'm actually going to pause it right here. I have to go into a meeting in about 15 minutes, and I'm going to have to host. So we will keep an eye out. Once my meeting is over, we should have enough time to come back. It shouldn't take me that long. We might be able to go live once again. If for some reason it ends up being extremely long and it's not something that I thought should have been an email like I thought, then I'll continue to do updates if there is a jury question, but hopefully we can be back live if they come out with a verdict. So far, nothing. All right, so I will see everybody, if not later, then hopefully tomorrow, because we still know that there is a possibility that the jury should be picked, or they could be going into testimony either tomorrow or Thursday for the boys in Florida. And we also know they're picking a jury in Franklin County for disgraced Officer Meade and justice for Casey Goodson Jr. So we got a lot of moving parts. We'll do what we can, but I bet you I bust my ass analyzing clear into the evening tonight so that we don't have nothing blocking us tomorrow. So let me go ahead and do what I got to do. It's going to be dark side time. That's the other thing. We are exclusively doing the Florida Julio Fulio Part 2 on Twitch only. So we'll still do the recaps on TikTok, but it will be Twitch only for Florida. Okay. All right, guys. We'll see you later.